Ladies and gentlemen, to the eternal game. Let me sure to go here, actually. Oh, no, that's right. Armor ground. Armor ground, no! There we go. Ethos? Well, I saw him earlier, but he left. Really? Where'd they go? Well, I don't know. What are you doing, Margie? Hi, Bart. I just heard from Saitan. No, my folks no. I also was looking for that Etone. This person's been seen that Etone before. Really? Hey, quit resisting. Bart, look. If you wouldn't resist, I could sell you for more. What are you doing? What, who are you? Instead of the brat, why don't I sell you off? What? You want some? Come get some, losers. Think you're all that? What the? Yeah, I forgot to get him a weapon. Got him everything else. You, what are you doing? Wait, this guy's... Oh no. Just Saya? Damn, I'll remember this. No, yes, the weapon on his mech. I did not upgrade the weapon on his mech. What do you think you're doing? Don't move. Wait. Shut up, you dog of Solaris. Wait. Carbine rifle, that gun technique. You must be Josiah. No, Josiah, you are misunderstanding. You always rush into things. She was only helping the girl. What? Butt kissing talker. Is that you, Hyuga? I don't know who that is. Yeah, no problem. My misunderstanding. Sorry, young lady. Please stand up. Looks like you're just trying to help. That's what she says. Sorry about the misunderstanding. Didn't you just say that? This is Primera, my daughter. I am... Call me Jesse. It's enough that the little brats call me Josiah. Huh? She says thank you. Something happened to her. She hasn't spoken since then. Is this the girl that brought about your shotgun wedding? That's a damn rude thing to ask. How old she is. Primera's my second child. The other kid's already 16. Please, excuse me. How was your wife? She's dead. I was even there for her when she died. I see. What are you doing here? Immediate topic shift. What are you doing here? I have to go shopping sometime. Besides, my son has some unsavory business in this area. Ah, that Antonio you're looking for has just arrived. What? Where? This is the reason why, so somehow... I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know that, like, making fun of the localization is the only thing that's keeping me sane, but I have to read this out loud. Is the reason why, so somehow, we need your help. Okay. I see. Quit beating around the bush and just help. Father? For him too? There's my son Billy. Where have you been until now? Things are pretty serious at the headquarters. What do you mean, serious? What's wrong with going out shopping with my daughter? I don't know the details, but you have been labeled as an undesirable element. What did you do this time? Fight? Gamble? Go after someone's wife? Again? I don't know, I was in this game. That's just a rumor about me. A rumor. Don't you believe that? Ever since you went into the Ethos, you've become such a stiff. This lady prevented Primera from getting kidnapped. Why don't you just help out? Well, can we get an introduction to the Ethos, then? Oh, yes, please excuse my rudeness. I didn't know you saved my sister. Let me contact the medical department at my headquarters. I have other matters I must attend to, considering I'm not only a priest, but also an atone. How do you know we need to talk to the medical department specifically? Yeah, that's the mod we referenced yesterday, right, Sam? The, perfect rework or something like that. I cannot make any promises. Then you'll introduce us? Yes. Let's stop by Ethos headquarters after this. Perfect works build. Thank you, Rex. Priest and a tone at the same time. Isn't that unusual? Ethos is obviously very different from my Nissan sect. Your Nissan sect? Are you from Nissan? Yep, I'm Marguerite. Nice to meet you, Father. The pleasure is mine. I've never had a proper chance to speak to others about their religions. Can we talk later? Sure, that's fine. I can't take that much time. I'm a little busy now. Thank you. Marguerite? Where have I heard that name before? Forget about it. Relax. I came here to talk to the Ethos. Let's get moving. Impolite fellow. You should learn how to speak a little more politely. Why, you? Well, everyone, I'll go tell the Ethos headquarters you're coming. When you've taken care of business here, please come by the Ethos. I know. Let's go. Hey, Billy, I have some business to take care of. We're going back to HQ headquarters. Can you take Primera back to the Brat House for me? Alright, let's go, Prim. Alright, well, I gotta get going. Later, Hugo. I know I'll be seeing you around. Who knows? Oh, whatever. See you ladies later. He never changes. Sigurd said he would be done with the Yggdrasil so soon. What, really? Alright, this time we can really leave port. Are we returning to Ave? Are you kidding? We gotta take care of Faye first. That smart old kid said he'd introduce us to the Ethos 20 seconds ago. So I guess we'll just have to go to the Ethos headquarters then. Thank you. I don't have to get thanked by you. That's right, Ellie. Yes, you're right. What? I feel like I missed half that conversation. And yeah, I'm sorry. If somehow magically Honeywood was also responsible for Planescape Torment, that would be really, really funny. Hang on. There we go. Hey, Asmerstar. Yeah, I've been fighting off something for like a solid week at this point. I haven't actually gotten sick yet, but I've been fighting it off. Doc, there it is. So I hope you recover swiftly and smoothly. And don't end up in the eel room, where you instantly kill noobs. I mean, if there's even any connection between Chrono Cross and Planescape, I'm gonna laugh. Because Chrono Cross is weirdly connected to several of the games you're playing in this block. But I doubt it. Now, Trails, we'll get there. Okay, so let's refill after that frickin' fight. Okay, so, weapon... Oh, hang on, you're not burnt. There you go. Weapon. Oh, they don't even sell, they just sell ammo. Oof. Okay, that sucks. Oh, we should probably buy some frame 50s, so let's just, like, buy 3 of those real quick. So we have mech heals. I'm just saying, it would amuse me if there was some connection there. Soon you will be ready. Well, apparently I did not actually upgrade his gear. Egg on my face. Who did I... Oh. I know who I upgraded. Alright. Yep, no, I was thinking of Heimdall. That's my bad. Yeah, this game's been taking a number on me, I'm not gonna lie. I hope it's been some enjoyable streams, because holy crap. What I find funniest about this game being pitched as an FF7 is one of the biggest reasons they declined it was... Ooh, wrong way. Was specifically because, obviously it was too dark, which is eyebrow-raising. And also, it was too mature, which is eyebrow-raising. But also, and this is my personal favorite thing, they thought it wouldn't sell well in the West. Now, that's stupid, but what I love most about that is, if you remember, this is that weird era for Square, where... And I've never figured this out, because I've seen multiple sources cite this, so I'm pretty sure this is true. But for some bizarre-ass reason, several of the executives at Square consistently lied to the actual developers. Straight up lied to the creators and told them that, yeah, your games don't sell in the West. Nobody buys Final Fantasy in the West. And it's like... Yeah, when they say the West, they meant the United States. They probably never even thought about Europe, even though FF7 was when they finally actually started porting games to Europe. Yeah, it's just... What? And like I said, I have never actually figured out why that particular bit of misinformation was being conveyed. There's a wonderful interview by Sakaguchi in particular, this is several years ago. I shouldn't say several years ago, I mean like a decade. Where... he mentioned, you know, we were all told Final Fantasy VI sold really badly in the West, and then, like, they showed him, during the interview, the sales figures for Final Fantasy VI just in the United States, and he was like, oh. And the way he acted, that was the first time he found out that FF6 sold well. Here, in the States. Sure. Here's the Ethos headquarters is located to the north of Thames. I must hurry and take Faye there. That reminds me, Margie says she has something to talk to you about. Currently anchored at the Thames. Let's go. This is your first time to see our new Yggdrasil too. Let me show you how our reborn vessel's improved performance. Man, what happened to this continent over here? Whew. I wouldn't worry about it. I'm sure it's nothing. Popular? Xenogears. Easy answer. Chrono Cross, I talked about this during the Cross run. Cross was actually not super well received when it came out. Obviously there was a fan base. There were people who liked it. Why am I getting random encounters here? Anyways, the Chrono Star certainly had its own little fan base. And certainly split the Chrono Trigger fan base, and that led to years of fandom irritation. But Cross was one of those, took a while for people to acknowledge the quality of the game and come back to liking the game kind of situations. Whereas Xenogears took off pretty much the moment it came out. I mean, in this world, it wouldn't surprise me if instead of, you know, animals roaming the sea. There's just bots. Yeah, Xenogears didn't have any baggage. In fact, if anything, Xenogears benefited. Remember, Xenogears was before Cross. And so, for a lot of people's perspective, it was, hey, you remember that game FF7 that, like, half the universe exploded over? Well, here's the next game. And don't mistake me, I'm not saying it was billed as a direct sequel to FF7. But a lot of the marketing here in the States was, from the creators of FF7. Right? I know, right, Righteous Ham? We've been waiting for you. I received permission to treat Faye, so long as it's in the practice hall's infirmary. Let us Ethos staff take care of the rest. Please, take care of Faye for me. Yep. I have already reviewed Parasite Eve, and I'll just let that sit. I stand by it. As I do all my reviews, actually. Except for like 8. The brothers from the Ethos are looking after Faye in the infirmary. Let me take you there. Please follow me. This way. Okay. This way. Billy, I hear your father's been rather active again. He just said that there was an attack on an excavation site which injured many of my brothers and workers. Well, you're such a fine Itone, destroying Reapers and proving the justice of the Ethos to the world. But your father is... We are father and son in blood only. I have nothing to do with that man. Don't get me wrong, I don't suspect you, our good brother. I just wanted to inform you about your father. In front of the player characters. Oh, that father of mine. I wish he'd think about my position before acting. You like religion, right? Infirmary's this way. Let's go. This way. How many times are you going to say that? Ah, crap. No, I've never even played Parasite Eve 2. Infirmary is this way. Are you sure? At this point, I don't believe you. How is he? The patient hasn't regained consciousness yet, but we see no abnormality with his brain. The low water temperature lowered his metabolism and saved him. One false step and he could have suffered from brain death. That means... Yes, don't worry. However, we need to conduct more tests for a while. After that, he can be treated at your medical facilities. Will Faye ever regain consciousness? The reason why he hasn't regained consciousness is physical exhaustion. He overworked himself. It'll probably take a few more days, but don't worry, he'll wake up. Yeah, imagine just sleeping on this bed with 6 separate glaring monitors going right into you. Like, boosh, boosh. I'm sorry, Faye. I caused the engine room to lose control. Ellie, that is not true. You cannot resist being hypnotized. Okay, I know what he means. What that sounds like is... Alright, let's go to the fair. Ooh, there's a hypnotist. I can't resist the hypnotist. More importantly, you saved Faye. Faye could not have been protected from Carr without you. Is that not correct? Thank you. Hey, we don't want to disturb his recovery. Let's take a little walk. It may take a little while longer to finish treating Faye. I would like to stay a little while. Is it okay? I agree. Faye will feel at ease that way. Please, let us know when you finish treating Faye. We will leave the rest to you. I cannot resist the allure of the hypnotist. For some strange reason. Okay, let's roam a little bit. AoE hypnosis. Oh, that sounds terrifying. Explains Hitler! Actually, okay, that I shouldn't make fun because that's actually what Assassin's Creed did as a legitimate plot point. With Hitler, even. I have no business with people not associated with the Ethos. Please stop trying to ransack my room. Too many wells are out there now. More than we can handle. What are they thinking? The bishop's been worried about reapers, refugees, Atone, the faith, cubs, the chargers. Although the chargers beat the chiefs, so we're all happy about that. Do you know about the High Elves? Sorry. Do you know about Babel Tower? They say it's built by people trying to reach a god in the sky. No, down. You need to go down. According to tradition, God became angry with their disrespect and his thunder destroyed the tower. There are tons of books stored by the Ethos in this library. It's a real treasure house of information. Hello, Act. Hi, Valerian. Ah! Valerian hypnotized me into going into the wrong door. Come on, let me use the obvious switch. Please? Please? Oh, dude, do not look into Reagan's career and personal life. You will not enjoy what you find. Like, I'm sure Valerian will back me up on this, but I originally just didn't like Reagan because of his policies and the, the tens of thousands of people who died under his reign. Then I started looking into him. And my opinion went... So how's the game compared to last? Honestly, the score is pretty accurate. It trickles down! That's what it is. Yeah. He means crap, right? Like that's what rolls downhill. Because I'm pretty sure that's how that saying is supposed to go, Ronnie. Many people visit the Ethos to get help. They're the same as us Ethos. We also came to the Ethos with hearts filled with sorrow. True faith comes from a stern doctrine. Okay, so I'm absolutely not going to ding the game for this, but can I just admit, it is a very small, minor irritant of mine that they keep putting certain words in quotes. I get why they do it. I understand why Honeywood did it. I understand what's being conveyed by it. I also know what the dashes mean. I get that. But when I read it, without thinking about it, my first thought is that they're saying it sarcastically, right? So what I read here is, many people visit the Ethos to get help. We also came to the Ethos with hearts filled with sorrow. The peace and order here in Aquavie is getting worse day by day. Saving people who have nowhere else to turn. This too is the duty of the Ethos. I'll stop. Reapers destroyed my village. I'll become an Etone and create a world with no hardships, no matter the cost. Yeah, no, everyone's just walking around like, Ethos. We need to go to the Tower of Babel to fight the Reapers. Yeah, it's like, yeah, no, we get it. Honeywood, low sleep, blah, blah, blah. Like, we'll get it. Once again, and I'm just going to be real blunt about this, I put the blame for the translation of this game firmly on Tanaka's shoulders. Let's be clear about this for a second. The reason Honeywood was working on this pretty much by himself, and the reason he was so overworked, was because everyone else refused to do their freaking jobs. So he had almost no support in creating this game. And that was considered fine. You know whose job it is to put their foot down and say, no, go do your frickin' job and support this guy so he's not working extra hours every single day for months? The producers! You know whose job it is to go to the suits and say, hey, this project's going to take longer than we think because we have less people and less budget, and these people are new at what they're doing. We need a little bit more time to push this out. The producers! Just... What in the world? Tanaka was busy running blood. Oh my god. Oh, absolutely. 100% right to Sam. Like, I'd have no proof of that other than the way that Japanese work culture works and Japanese culture works, but I guarantee you there was some racism there. I'll be right back. I have to admit, I prefer several aspects of Japanese culture and work culture over here. But I would never live there if given a choice. There are plenty of accounts, even now, right now, of some of these people who like just want to do something like rent an apartment and get scammed for it because they're not Japanese. This is a practice hall. This facility was built for us Ito. Can't we go into the cathedral? No, only Ethos members or those with known identities can enter the cathedral and its related facilities. The same thing applies to this practice hall, but the bishop made an exception for Brother Billy. Alright. Ethos was created to save people's souls. Oh, and technology. We wish happiness to all the people of the world. Do you? You don't know Faye's condition yet. Let's stay here long. Okay. Listen, I'm not racist. I just hate Klingons. Xenophobia. What's doubly funny is that's in like every Xeno game anyways, so... Ellie, how's Faye doing? Yes. Okay, no, I asked a question, not a yes or no. Yes. Okay, Ellie, do you have brain damage? Yes. Okay, cool. It looks like he's going to be alright. Come on, let's go to the infirmary. Aw, have fun, Rex. Don't die too much. Oh no, I'm completely turned around. Oh no! Okay, hang on. Here, I think? No. Here? Oh god, I am completely turned around. Okay, this is good. This is good. Sci-fi area. Oh, thank god. Hello, everyone. His treatment is finished. I mean, I don't either, damn Celeste, but that's neither here nor there. Whoop! And that was my controller. Sorry. Did Faye regain consciousness? Unfortunately, the patient hasn't regained consciousness. A simple no would have sufficed. But there's no need to worry. When he recovers physically, he'll also regain consciousness. You can take him to your ship now. Thanks a lot. Please don't worry. I did my job as a clergyman. I'll do my other job as a clergyman. Where's Billy? I'd like to thank him. Oh yes, Brother Billy. He went back to the orphanage. He was worried about the children left behind. We were in Billy's debt. We should go thank him. You think you could wait around like 5 seconds so we don't have to go to the... Okay, fine. Let's go to the orphanage. Thank you for teleporting me, game. I appreciate that. Hey, I'm sorry. Guys, bye. Oh no, I'm kind of with you, Darkrai. Unlike what some people think, I have a pretty good sense of direction in games, and I still wasn't sure about that one. It seems the orphanage is located to the southeast of the Ethos headquarters. Excellent. Let's go to the yellow dot on the map that's southeast of here. I'm actually not sure what it is. Find out in a second. It's not the orphanage. Oh my god. I wonder how many notes were shared between the Yggdrasil and the garden, Balam Garden. Think about it for a second. Limited navigable area, relatively slow. Cool from like a story axis, but sort of clunky from a gameplay axis. Come on. Keep getting fucking hair like right there. Come on. Ah! Hate everything. Decided to destroy the world because I got a hair stuck in my eye. I'd say that's a reasonable reaction to things. Did you successfully hit, please? Thank you. Yeah, it reminds me of a better version of FF7. If you remember, FF7 had this wild technique they used to try and make the globe look more rounded as you're zooming around it. So this is not our destination. I actually don't know what that is. Oh, whatever. Anyways, let's go to the orphanage on the southern continent near the ruins of where an entire continent was destroyed by a disaster relatively recent into history. I mean, possibly if I'm 12%. I stand by my statement that the mech battles in this game are boring. It's probably my single biggest complaint about the entire game so far. That's not true. My second biggest complaint. Everything, J. Palmer. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Where do I land? Why is an orphanage way out here? Is something I would ask in FF8 as well. Sure, J. Palmer. Let me explain the previous boss battle to you. Okay. So you do a heavy attack, and then you do a death blow. And then you do a heavy attack, and then you do a death blow. And then you do a heavy attack, and then you do a death blow. And then you do a heavy attack, and then you do a death blow. Now we're going to switch it up here a little bit. We're going to do a heavy attack, but after that we're going to do a death blow, okay? Then we're going to do a heavy attack. I'm done. So the problem is, on ground, there's some actual combat depth to it. And in the mechs, it feels like a... It feels like they took the ground combat system and they just kind of simplified it. And it's even worse than I thought. I was doing some digging on the specifics, like maybe there was a mechanic I was missing. It turns out not only is there not a mechanic I'm missing, but your options in the mech and your stats in the mech, which I already knew, are both tied to your ground stats and your ground death blows and your ground spells. So the mech mode is quite literally just a cosmetic upgrade, but a mechanical downgrade from the ground combat. There is hyper mode, which we don't even have access to yet, I'm pretty sure. But, you know. Like I said, we talked about this quite a bit yesterday. Oh, I do have access to hyper? No, I'll take your word on it. I think, honestly, if they just literally copy-pasted the ground combat, except pasted the mech cosmetics over it, I think it would actually be better received, because the problem is, it's ground combat light. What am I doing here? I'm not chasing the chicken. Don't ask me to. It's not happening. Yeah, just make it a cosmetic change. There's nothing really wrong with having something that's just cool looking, right? Well, that's an interesting question, Saber for Life. I've been paying attention to that, too. The last, at this point, I believe 5 bosses we fought in a row are all mech bosses. This is one of the reasons I was talking about this yesterday, was because there was just mech boss after mech boss after mech boss after mech boss, and I'm like, can I have a real boss, please? And everyone in chat was making fun of me, rightfully so, for pining for the days of Redrum. Oh, how are you? How is Faye doing? Very well. How did you get here? You don't have a ship. He hasn't regained consciousness yet, but he should come around soon. Really? That's good to hear. Billy, I don't know quite how to thank you for helping Faye. Ah, don't mention it. We may believe in different gods, but none of us can leave people in need. But I follow Baal, the god of murder. Oh, well then I guess I have to kill you. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you very much. By the way, is this your orphanage? Surprised they're only children? My sister and I haven't had parents since we were infants. So I opened an orphanage so kids without anyone wouldn't have to go through what we did. They're all healthy and obedient to the teachings of Ethos. Oh, so you opened a church is what you opened. You opened a brainwashing facility. They're all good kids who even help me with the work. Yeah, I bet they do. Bart, Yggdrasil's radar picked up an image of a huge ship. What? Gebler again? I don't know, but it's moving at 10 repsol per hour to the south. Let's head to the bridge. Got it. Be right there. Hey, you in the black and white. Are you Sigurd? Is that any way to speak to someone? Who do you think you are? He may not look it, but he's our senior. Senior? Jesse? Siggy? He said Siggy? A silver-haired man with amber skin. I'd say that's rare. What are y'all doing here? It just sort of happened. This is the entire plot of Xenogears. Right here in one scene. It just sort of happened. A lot's happened. Here's the second summary of Xenogears' plot. Well, let's talk about things over some drinks. So, why are y'all here? Siggy, it's been a long time. What's with the eye patch? Billy. You've grown up. With that smile, you look like Raquiel. Hey. Who are you? Get all cozy with my officers, huh? And what's all this Siggy stuff? Don't get cute, kid. What's with you? Why are you so arrogant to Siggy? Who do you think you are? Billy, don't yell at Sigurd's people. It's bad form, boy. Bart, this is my senior when I was a candidate for elements in Jugend. I rented a room in his house. Back then he was still in diapers, and he's still a whiny little brat now. Probably still in diapers, aren't you? You punk, what's your problem? Well, then, shall we go straight off and drink ourselves under? Where do you plan on going? What do you mean? There has to be a bar or two on board your ship. I have a slight headache. What? That's okay. We'll get rid of that headache with a good drink. What are you going to do? I can't just say no to him. I can't resist his hypnosis. Yeah, isn't there supposed to be a ship coming? What are you doing? Let's go. Hey, now. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I'm not going. Go ahead, have a good time. What's this huge ship? Yeah, thank you, Bart. What's this huge ship Sig was talking about? I am sorry, everyone. If I may be excused. Oh, well, I guess I'll go. I've got time to go. Sure. Just gonna not catch the chicken. Can't launch the Yggdrasil because Sigurd isn't there. He must be in the gun room or somewhere. The gun room? I am fairly certain they do not correct Steel Knight. Nor does basically anyone from this point on. Who would I make be the Cid of this game? My knee-jerk thought it's Krellin, but I don't know. That might be too much. I'm not catching the chickens, Righteous Ham. You can't make me. I see. Here's the place you begged to return to, huh? Well, yes. After you left, Billy cried a lot. I'm sorry. When you left Solaris, the same thing... Oh, I could see Mason, yeah. When you left Solaris, the same thing happened. Kara was quite upset then. I didn't mean to betray him. It just happened on accident. His misanthropy has gotten even worse because of that. Now, enough about old times, old friend. I did not expect to find you loitering in this land. Mason's the butler. You should be, like, right here. Yeah, there he is, that guy. A mature yet modern atmosphere. That's what I offer you. A bartender's life isn't all that bad, you know. While we're here. You know, I don't actually know why Xeno split off so hard. Legitimately. I know there were some rights issues, but I don't know who got Namco Bandai involved. I don't know what Square did to piss everybody off. I don't know what they did to Thagara. Like, there's a whole lot of I don't know and nobody's talking there. And I did my research, too. Is he just laughing at both of them? I haven't hit the booze for a long while. It's all because my son doesn't let me drink. This is a great bar you got here, old codger. Why, thank you, my good man. This old codger has good character, like his booze. I like him. No one can stop our old friend now. Yeah, that's okay, we're good. I mean, Xenosaga 1 was the only one made by the Gears team, so that makes sense. If you like Gears, you're probably gonna like Xenosaga 1. Only 1.3 million copies. No comment. Where's the gun room? Like, that's a residential thing. That's like the barracks. This is the infirmary. That's the mech bay over there. As I say, it's got to be in here because, like, I'm not sure where else it would be. Up is the bridge. Let's just try rooms down here. Rooms I can barely see. That's probably not the gun room. Hi, Hammer. Traitor! Or, sorry. Yeah, I say Xenosaga 1 was the game made by the original team, but nothing in real life is that clean. It'd be more accurate to say that Xenosaga was done entirely by the original team, and then parts of Xenosaga 2 were done by the original team. Before, you know, they were unceremoniously canned from the project. Chief, I'm very sorry. That's alright, everyone makes mistakes. I don't find a problem with young people making mistakes. But if you do it again, you're going to be in deep pudding. Why they get rid of the original team? Again, I don't actually know. Do I have a guess? Nope. I really don't. I mean, okay. Drama is obvious. Yeah, as I say, we could tell based on interviews and by the tone of those interviews that the writing duo, which also included the director for the projects, was not at all happy about whatever happened. But what happened? Like I said, there's some kind of legal stuff involved, guaranteed, and there's some kind of drama. That's about all I got. Listen, that's how you refuel things. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know we had a map. Okay. Well, I give up. Time to walk away from it. That was Xenogears, ladies and gentlemen. So next we're playing Planescape. Where's the gun room? Okay. Sorry, some of that had to go into the fridge. I had to go deal with that. I was just at the bar. Okay. I have talked to all 4 of the people in this bar. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. I might be stuck. I might be soft locked. Can't move. I might literally be soft locked. I don't remember when I saved last. None of this has been particularly combat-y, so I haven't been saving lately. Oh, thank God. I forgot jump exists. Oh, thank God. I was... Okay, so save. Thank you, jump, for existing. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay, let's go to the orphanage. I mean, you just want me to talk to the orphanage NPCs, admit it. Okay, he hasn't said anything new at all. Ever. I'm just gonna double check myself at this point. Yeah, there's Margie, there's Choo Choo. I still can't play as, I notice. Nope. Good morning, Sepulon. No, Pikachu was before 1998, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's go talk to all the NPCs in the orphanage. Let's see. Hello? Oh my god. Okay, I'm not memeing here. This one will not talk to me. There we go. This bit's so fluffy. You want to fluff it? I want to fluff it. That's not what fluffing means, but sure. Don't listen. Don't listen. Okay. Hey, read me this book. Okay. Yay. Long, long ago, there was a woman named Zephyr. She wanted to be a god. Who doesn't? So she built the tower that reached up to heaven. Then she built the city at the top. But God got mad and destroyed her tower, so she had to live in a hideout for sinful hermits. After that, she never returned to the earth again. The end. Is there really a hideout for sinful termites? That sounds too scary. What do you need? Excuse me, I must go and greet some people. Please don't go searching through others' rooms. But... Wow, Oh. I actually remember who you are. Although he looks differently than I remember him. Hello, are you all happy? Yay, yes, of course, yeah. Bishop Stone. Oh, Billy, my son. Sorry to bother you when you're busy. I mean, he's a kindly old bishop who's smiling and has his eyes closed. Of course he's pure evil. Who are these people? They are travelers from another country. Oh. By the way, about your earlier message. Yes, about work. Yes. The Ethos transport ship that went missing finally turned up, but there's no reply. What does it mean? Perhaps Reapers again. Billy, can you do the usual? Right, no problem. Leave it to me, Bishop. Thanks. It's to the northeast from here. Please be careful. It's a dangerous area. There's some pretty fast sea currents, and it's best to stay away from the salvagers. You'd better go in a big ship. Hey, is that the massive ship Sig was talking about earlier? I don't know if that was it or not. From what I hear, it's a place where the currents are really fast. Supposedly very dangerous for small ships, but the Yggdrasil will be safe there. No matter how big the wave or swell, it's no problem. That's not how physics work. Besides, we have help from Faye. Let's get aboard. I'll see you off to there. What? We can even help you finish your job. I agree. You saved Faye. It's the least we could do. Thanks, but this doesn't involve you. Just me is enough. But isn't that place dangerous? If there's anything we can do to help. I don't want to get you involved. Billy, my son, don't waste their good intentions. That sub is theirs. No? Why don't you cooperate with them, my young apprentice? But Bishop? Yeah, it's no fun to travel alone. Let's help. Billy, it's best to go with friends. Well, if you insist, thank you. I appreciate it. I thank you deeply. Billy, take care of these people. Report back to headquarters after you get back. Yes, Bishop. Thank you. Let's see what tomorrow brings. I'll come as soon as I'm finished preparing for tomorrow. Go on ahead. I'll tell you more on the way there. Okay, so we've successfully found the gun room. It was in the orphanage. I should have known! Sorry, when I'm finished, I'll come. So go on and get aboard. I'll tell you more on the way there. Okay. But can I, like... What are you doing? Please don't go searching through others' rooms. Ah! Okay, I won't. I guess. Me, I have the day shift, so I get all the chickens in the coop. Want to help me? No. Billy said the same thing. Why is the air so salty? Isn't there any fresh air around here? If there is, I want to inhale it till I'm full. Good news, that won't take long. Nice arm there. La 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 la. Loo 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 loo. Oh, aren't you playing with them? Don't be silly, I can't play with girls. Well, then are you saying I can't play because I'm a girl? You're okay. Hey, hey, get on this. Okay. I'm just gonna leave this running for like 3 hours. There it goes. 8, 9, 10. Where's everyone hiding? Hey, where is everyone? Whisper to me where they're hiding. I don't know. It's like something's there, but you can't go inside. Some kind of haunted house? Oh, yeah, that's... Oh, I can't get on the roof. Damn it. Oh, it's just another entrance into here. Alright, Billy, I need you to look the other way for like 5 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. That's all I need. Really, just... Okay. Can't see the flying saucer today. Want to know about the flying saucer? Then just ask me. Yeah, actually, it was a long time ago. About 50 years ago, a man named Henry Midas stick of the saucer was out of it before. And then 10 years ago, circle shaped the play places. Nobody heard about it. No, well, they're mysteries about this circle through one of the other slides. There's anything the blinding side is a naughty story, dragon scrolls, or pleasant legend. There's no real proof, but real disappearances happen. Oh, I forgot to mention. The saucer was called Shevat. There are even people who worship it. So, was any of that use? Yes. They can't launch the Yggdrasil because Sigurd isn't there. He must be in the gun room or something. Okay. Ugh, how dare they make Silk Song so cheap and affordable. I hate those people. If only they were charging me out the wazoo. No, the game was doing that quickly. I was absolutely not doing that. That's, I think, the 3rd time now they've done that trick. Oh, yes, it's time for you to depart. Right. I'm sorry, old friend, but I have a job I must do. Oh, God, is it that time already? Well, then, before we let go, let's do the usual. You know, the paint the face on your stomach and dance around trick. Well, actually, we are in a hurry, so, we'll talk about that some other time. Oh, is that right? Well, then, how to get out of here, too, huh? There is something I want to ask you, too, so let's get together when we have more time. Yeah, I hope I'll live to have the opportunity. Ah, Sigurd is... Again? Oh, Sigurd gets drunk so easily. Well, that blows it. We can't leave today. Maybe tomorrow. I'm back. Oh, where's Billy? What? No, Brigman, no. Thank you for the sub, Dream Whisperer. I was going to wait till the next pause point in the story, then I realized there are no pause points in this game. They do not exist. They are a myth. A phantom. So it's going towards F14. Patch trail. Wow, patch within. And wow, midnight. Done. And thank you. I'm lying. There are pause points, but it's usually whenever you hit the overworld. Which, if you notice, there are huge stretches in between. Yes, can I help you? Do you want to get me killed again? Is that the goal here? Dumb cat. Where's Billy? Keep it down. What time do you think it is? Be quiet when you come back, or you'll wake the children. If you'd come, you'd have heard a ton of good stories. Sigurd's stories were hilarious. You know Siggy doesn't drink, and you made him? Even though you're a holy man's father? Hey, why don't you open up your eyes? You need to quit being a priest. That's a sentence. I don't want to hear that from someone without a shred of faith. Stay out of my life. Stay out. You have any idea how much trouble your little butt is in? What? How would you know? You. I still don't believe you're even my father. You're not the person Mother loved. What do you mean? You think I'm a fake? Ask yourself. You're right. I guess there's no way to prove it. Fine. You still don't understand the truth. What those guys really are. where you're going. Father, what are you saying? I'm saying Raphael died in vain. You have no right to say Mother's name. I see. That's the way it is. Fine. Anyhow, quit your job. Consider a piece of advice from a man who's but a stranger to you. Later. Look, you're part of a religion in a JRPG. They're the bad guys. Come on. Do you know how few exceptions there are to that rule? But I'm not generous, Savi. Oh, right. Sure, every Dragon Quest game, J. Palmer. Except for Builders 2. Good morning. They said you were still sleeping, so I went ahead and came in. You're dressed lightly. Is that enough? We Etones have some rather unique equipment. Let me explain about the equipment since we're going to be working together. First of all, my basic equipment are guns. There's 3 kinds. The handgun, the ether gun, and the big gun. Handgun is the only one that can be replaced with other versions of the same kind. I made the other 2 kinds of guns myself, so there are no others to replace them with. You can power up a gun's attack by changing its ammo or bullets with more powerful ones. Flood ammo. One thing you have to be careful of is that the number of bullets for each gun is limited to success. Yes. I understood it roughly, but it's a bit complicated, isn't it? No, it's called ammo. It's just not. This is a fine gun indeed. I'm sure it has significant history. That has nothing to do with what Bart just said. Of course, it's the famous rhymal Mashiganadar? Mashiganadar. Yeah, that's right. Handed down by the Fatima family. What a waste. It's too good for you who brandishes a whip. Ugh, you could be using a gun like me, a priest of the cloth, instead of using a whip like the other priests of the cloth. Our emblem, Path of Radiance. Our emblem, Echoes. Our emblem, 3 Houses. And thank you, Judo Joker, as always. Gun Whip. So we've got gun blade, we've got gun fists, we have gun shields. And I feel like I've seen a gun spear. But I can't picture a gun whip. Yeah, also, I'm going to be real, until the camera switched over here, I never noticed the gun over there. Hey, what are you getting? Why are you getting sharp with me? Oh, sorry, it's just I didn't think you would have an interest in guns. Well, anyway, Billy, I'd like to know why you became an Etone. I'm not interested. I see. Etones help out strangers, so I suppose that would make you curious. No, I don't mean that. I'm curious about your own intentions, personally. I don't know, I just didn't expect you to be an Etone at all. I see. Well, since our job is rather unusual, I'll tell you about that too, as I explain. How old was I? I don't remember. Maybe 8 or 9. About then, Dad taught me to use a gun. One day, Dad disappeared. He just ran out on us. He never came back. Even so, I stayed in his room alone, often. Dad's gun, Dad's smell. Those things were all I had left to remind me of him. But that happiness didn't last long. When I was 12, my house was attacked by Reapers and Mom was killed. They were looking for Dad, but Mom wouldn't talk. I can still hear it, the sound of the bullets slowly firing 3 times. I remember the sound of the empty shells hitting the floor. After that, the Reapers screamed and I heard someone fall. Bishop Stone was the one who helped us then. Aw, he's so helpful. Meeting him changed my life from then on. Hey, wait a second. Do Reapers talk? Yes, they're not just monsters. Some of them are more intelligent than humans. Okay. As I say, they haven't explained Reapers, like, at all yet. They just introduced them and was like, okay, here they are. Premier and I hid in the shadows, escaping death, but she hasn't spoken a word since. Like a godsend. Kind, strong, virulent, masculine. Bishop Stone gave me an example to follow. I wanted to help save someone in need like he saved us. I didn't want there to be any more children like Primera. So I began training at the Ethos to become just like Bishop Stone. Don't be just like Bishop Stone! I left Prim in the care of the Ethos and entered the monastery. Many years passed. I finished training at the monastery and became an Ito. I returned home to open the orphanage, and he had unexpectedly come back. But he was different. Some terrible accident changed him. Not only his looks, but his character and manner had entirely changed too. I remembered him as a quiet man, but more than that, I thought maybe I didn't really remember him. That's why I could never think of him as a father. But Prim needed a father. She'd become attached to him. Deep in my heart, I too thought I wanted a father. But even now, I just can't believe he's my real father. It's going to sound pathetic, but I almost went so far as to sell my body to support Prim, since we only had each other for so long. Despite that, Prim still prefers the father that she never knew. The one who suddenly disappeared. The one who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Almost sold your body. Don't you know, kid? There are things you can get back once sold, and there are things you just can't. That is actually quite true. Didn't you see that? Of course I refrained, but they said they'd give me 3,000 gold for one night. Does this need to be in the game? Ooh, but listen, next time you and your sister need help, come to my ship. We're self-sufficient, so at least you don't need to worry about food and a place to sleep. Don't you ever say sell your body in front of me again, you understand? Could this be? Maybe you were a nice guy after all? Yeah, it's called basic human decency. Why don't you just come out and say thank you, jeez. Well, you haven't taken care of us yet, so I won't say it. Cute kid, real cute. How old is Billy? Like, I don't think I want the answer. Like, okay. Okay. Because remember, the incident he's talking about was actually in the past, so younger than 16. Anyways. Looks like we've made it already. Can it be? The transport ship's being attacked by Reapers. Can anyone help us? Oh, yeah, yeah, sure. Hey, so let's get a real party here. No! Okay. I have a real party, please. I mean, I guess that'll do. That's some pretty nice armor, actually. No, I didn't try Hexia. Sorry, I shouldn't sound laughing, just really. What the hell's going on with Macron now? Uh, mm. So I imagine you probably hit enter on accident, Bregman, but what I just heard was, what's wrong with Macron? And Bregman's response is, his pee. Look, you said it, not me. Uh, this way, I think. Yep. Ghost ship. I'll stay here. And sell to me, right? Oh, thanks. Will you sell to me? There's nothing to do now. I can help you if you want me to. No, I want Hammer to sell to me. Mason might. I thought I already checked him. Oh no, he does sell ammo. Okay. I don't know how much ammo I'll need, so I mean, it's super cheap. I'll just... I mean, France has been having a lot of domestic issues for the better part of the last... 150 years at this point? Something like that. Right. I should check the gear shop. That is a good point. Oh, heat. I was sort of expecting to have another gear for Billy. Yeah, Ren Mazuo. Why can't I... Okay, whatever. Let's go. But he's in my party. In fact, he's literally party lead. Didn't I? Good morning, Sean. Fine. I need to think of what kind of category it is when there's a game where you just... I guess it's padding, technically? It's when you feel like you're spinning your wheels and not accomplishing anything. I was talking to a friend of mine last night who's played Xenogears many times. And he was like, so what'd you manage today? As in, yesterday. And I was like, well, I managed to finish off leaving Nortune and then got to Thames. And he's like, isn't that one story beat? And... the way he said that just sort of hit me across the chest. I just got this wave of depression. No joke. Because he was right. It took us 8 hours to go from Nortune to Thames. It's dark. What's that odor? This unusual smell is that of the wells. Sure looks like they attacked. One more thing. On the room's middle wall is a red switch. Push the switch to turn on the lights. Scared? No. Just a little. That... No, Triaxia. That's only an issue when it does it really aggravatingly. Looking at Breath of Fire 3 for an example of that. When it's done well, like, say, in Final Fantasy 4, it's a non-issue. Pray return. I mean, again, it feels like spinning my wheels, if I were to just put it into terms. Oh, Ellie's dead. Oh, Billy's dead. Hi, Dr. Winter. What's she doing? 1, 2, 3... square, I think? Oh god, I've actually... It's been so long, I forgot what death blows I'm working on right now. Here we go. So Saitan is working on... that. Whoops. I didn't mean to actually do a death blow. No! Okay, remind me to check what death blows I'm working on. I thought I was working on that one. Yes, Dr. Winter. World War I. Easy answer, Elizar. I've been fascinated with the Great War since I was a child. Okay, he's working on triangle spring. I mean, I actually had 2 family members who were alive when I was also alive, who both fought in World War II. They are no longer alive, which is why I have to phrase it so weirdly. Ugh, I like Billy's attacks too. I wish they did a little more damage. Ugh. I'm not sure what infatuations is supposed to mean in this context, Elizar. But yes, every war in the history of human history can be traced back to economy. No, really. All of them. No, it's X, you moron. Inflation, no. I know you're thinking of hyperinflation, but honestly, hyperinflation is a symptom, not a cause. A lot of people misunderstand what inflation is, and more people misunderstand how hyperinflation works. And that's all I'm going to say about that, because that's a whole topic. Wow, he does terrible damage. And you're doing... What was she doing? I know what he's doing. What's she doing? Triangle first. Triangle first. You just answered that. The economy, Elizar. If you're asking for one cause for World War One, then I got a bridge to sell you. It's a really nice bridge. I've got a piece of paper that says you own it right here. It's only going to cost you $55 million. Whereas he's still recovering. Even the American Civil War, which is pretty definitively about slavery, still had multiple causes. I wonder if it's better to just use the shotgun. Yeah, it's pretty close to damage. What the... Weird ship. Yeah, don't forget, people were still stinging after the 7 Years' War, and the Great Northern War, and the Spanish Succession. Yes, Faye fought Ramses. And Ramses lost, and then, because his dick is small, decided to go ahead and go out like a punk. What? Like, those are meat hooks, so clearly this is meat, right? Right? Like, that's surely what this stuff is. Right? Oh, yeah, and the Franco-Prussian War, can't forget that one. All sons are, oh god, I can't remember how to pronounce it. Yeah, the green fog means it's probably either gone bad or worse. That's actually a good question, Dakota. I don't know. Hey! Okay, so he's actually good on death blows forever, I believe. Yeah, he's good. That's everything until we get past Shabbat. How much time does the colony need to recover after war before it's back to being good again? Okay. How long does it take a human body to recover after being injured, Elizar? A week. Okay, wrong answer. Let's try that again. It depends. There's the right answer. It depends on the care, it depends on the environment, it depends on the injury, it depends on the person. The answer is, it depends. Can't see what's happening. There we go. Ah! I mean, we could say pretty fairly that Germany was able to recover its economy after World War II. But that's being dismissive, because then they had to deal with the remerger of East Germany and West Germany. Something that still hasn't reached actual parity, well, like 30 years later now? I'm trying to see them, Righteous Ham. This is a really awful camera angle. Oh, hey, humanoids! Woo! Shoot. I guess he's just using death blows now, because he's good. Okay, that was some decent damage. Ow! Okay. You're still learning. And yeah, the U.S. economy was able to grow, at least in part, because it was taking advantage of a lot of weakened global markets. That's been an interesting transition over the last 40 years. it's actually one of the reasons why several countries, including the one we live in, have some economic problems right now. Is some people didn't think to the future. I know, it's shocking that someone is capable of not thinking of the future. When they were designing the U.S. economy as it was developing over the 60s and 70s. You notice I just keep looking away from the game like, yep. In terms of plot beats, we've only been out without Faye for like one plot beat. In terms of time, it's been like 5 or 6 hours. So, I'm going to admit something. Getting information about the Soviet Union and then Russia, post, World War II, in the United States, is more difficult to do than you'd think. So, I've admitted many, many times that my knowledge of post-World War II Soviet Union is really threadbare, I think is the word I'm going to use. So, the correct and honest answer to you is, I don't know. I do know how much Russia, the country very specifically, went into natural gas production, and how much that was a big deal as far as their exports. But that's international news, right? That's hard to hide. Did I not just get something? Am I stupid? Am I dumb? Right, I actually meant to do this earlier. I should probably do this now. I guess I don't need the mica anymore. Hang on, I'm curious of something. That is warm. Okay. Sorry. Am I high? I don't see it. I've got stamina rings, anti-ether stone, pilot uniform, metal jacket, penguin coat, ether veiler, poison guard, glasses, power ring, fencing wear, stamina ring, martial wear, speed ring. But there. But that. Oh my god, that is so badly programmed. Okay, hang on. Wow. Okay. This actually explains a few issues I had over the last few days. Okay, let me explain that, right? So we have 3 accessory slots, okay? They're just accessory slots. Now, there is such a thing as you can only wear one piece of a certain type of armor at a time, which would fill normal armor types, but we don't have a chest piece slot. We don't have a helmet slot, right? We don't have a bracer slot. There's just 3 accessory slots. So if you'll notice here, I could go equip my silver beret here. In fact, I can also equip my silver beret here as well. See? Here's another place where I can equip my silver beret, right? But if I go down here, and I equip the metal helmet, which is a helmet slot, and then I go up here to equip the silver beret, it's not there! Because now we have basically designated a slot to the helmet slot, and it won't let us put a helmet anywhere except where we already have a helmet on. They're doing this. This is... I get why they did this. They did this to prevent you from equipping 2 helmets at once, and there's several programming logic loops they could do in order to do this. But the loop they decided was to disallow you from even seeing gear of a different slot if you already have that slot equipped. I have actually run into some issues where I'm like, where's such and such? And I just walked away from it like, whatever. Wow. Okay, so hang on. We're going to standardize a little bit. Just for my sanity. Yeah, just graying it out would have been a super quick and easy solution here. But no, I'm an idiot. Okay, so we're going to do helmet, chest piece, rest of it. And that's how we're going to do this going forward, to just kind of help me keep track. So... There, a helmet. Armor. Then yeah, whatever. I don't know which any of these are. I guess his habit is probably his chest piece. So let's test that theory. Glasses, this is apparently a helmet slot. Yeah, that makes sense. And yeah, the fact that there's one list for all your accessories does not help anything. Okay, so... Holy Pendant. I don't know what that means, but sure. And then, like, his... Oh, what was it called? There it is, the habit. Okay, we're standardized for the moment. Depends on which TMNT aliens are. And which Ghostbusters. Okay, so... Moving on. Lesson learned. So we're talking Ghostbusters 1 versus TMNT 1? That's actually hard, because both of those are actually good films. Gosh. That's tough. That's tough. You know, I've got to give it to the TMNT movie. It's a weirdly good film, and I have a lot of respect for it, given the ridiculously small budget it was made under, and the splash it was able to make, despite having absolutely none of the advantages of any of the big Hollywood studios at the time. In fact, most people thought the film was going to flop, and by most people I mean executives and studios thought it was going to flop, and they were wrong. And then they took over and made TMNT 2, which was much worse. I'm not saying it's a bad film. I'm just saying that the quality went... And then there's TMNT 3. That one's a bad film. Don't watch TMNT 3. Most sane people didn't like TMNT 3. I have only as recently as a few years ago finally interacted with someone who has second-hand reports of living in the Soviet Union. Second-hand reports. That's as close as I have to having anything from, you know, people who were alive during the time of the Soviet Union. Parents, specifically, if you're wondering. Hi, Twister. For example, I didn't know until very recently from this person how much Gorbachev was hated internally. Oh, that's where we came in. Is it? Wait, no. Can't be. Oh, hey. Is that its mermaid thing? Yep. Cool. Also, its name is an amusing pun. Shell Bell. Nice guns for a transport craft. Look at that. Look at those. Well, I wanted a boss on the ground, and the game was like, you got it! Have Red Drum 2. Oh my god. Okay! Speaking of... Well, he murdered Ellie. Cool. That's a thing that happened. Oh my god, an actually decent AoE heal. And Saitan is now dead. Delightful. Many movie critics say that so many movies like Ghostbusters 2016 and Jurassic Park movies use way too much CGI that is so fake. What are they talking about? They say that nothing really looks like it's there. What? It looks realistic, no? Okay, that's an interesting statement. So, you're referring to a couple of different phenomenons, Elizabeth, which are kind of running into each other. So, first of all, CGI has noticeably and indeed objectively gotten. A lot of modern CGI is a little bit more plastic and a little bit more about lighting specifically is a really obvious thing. It doesn't reflect light the way it should. It looks like CGI as opposed to looking like something that's actually happening. This is a gradient, varies a little bit based on the specifics of which movie you're looking at, but in general, CGI quality has gone down. There are specific reasons for that, but what it really boils down to is, you guessed it, money. A lot of push has been done to... What is with this camera? A lot of push has been done to try and increase the pace of output of movies and to reduce the cost of movies. There's a lot of specific ways they've been doing this, not the least of which being outsourcing multiple parts of multiple movies into different studios who each do just one specific scene or part or rendering or whatever. See, that's actually an interesting example of Unfalkenstein. I'm actually with you on that. I do not like the look of the Star Destroyers in Rogue One. But for once, that was deliberate. That was an attempt to try and recreate the model look of A New Hope, which failed. By contrast, something like, say... Oh, I don't know what's a good example. Of course, now I'm struggling to come up with a good example. Saitan's dead. Again. Get up. I'm going to buy a bunch more Phoenix Downs next time I'm at a vendor. Figured 20 would be enough, and then I thought another guy who casts murder. What do you want to bet the next boss is going to have another thing like this? No. I mean like a modern film. Because... I'll actually use a specific example. Most of the CGI of the ships, specifically, since we're talking about ships, in Episode 9 is pretty bad, all things considered. I would go so far as to say, personally speaking, that I think the CGI of the ships in Episode 9 looks worse than the model work of Return of the Jedi. I'll use that as a specific example. In fact, if we want to compare... Wow, that wind is really going. If we want to compare something more directly comparable, like, say, CGI to CGI, I unironically think the CGI of the ships in Episode 3 looks better than the CGI of the ships in Episode 9. I should mention the CGI of Episode 3 does not look super fantastico, although it looks better than 2 and 1, obviously. The thing is, what most people don't understand, in my experience, is that CGI is not like a thing. No, that sounds obvious. What I mean by that is it's not like you just put out a render and say, here. There's different techniques, there's different styles, there's different approaches, and almost in every single case, you can do your initial pass, and then you can do like a second pass, and then a third pass, and then a fourth pass, and this can keep going pretty much infinitely, depending on how insane your director is and how good your budget is. So you can do an initial pass, and that's going to look pretty bad. Then you do your second pass, and that usually catches things like refractive particles. Then your third pass usually catches basic lighting. Your fourth pass usually tries to get things like materials, etc., etc. Could someone confirm or deny if anybody else is having issues like Canucks cow fishing having, by the way? Because that sounds pretty awful. Get up. The point being, no, they do. I agree with you on Falkenstein. Yeah, exactly. It just like in pretty much every other case, in every other fiction, in every other creative work ever, in order to make something really look good, it takes one thing more than anything else. Time. The way you make a really, 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 really good painting is you spend a lot of time on it. The way you make a really good novel is you spend a lot of time on it. Time editing, time parsing down, time working out the words and choice, etc. It's the same thing with modern CGI in movies. Yes, sweat is the best ingredient. That's true pretty much across the board. There are exceptions, but that's why they're called that. And yes, time is expensive. So a lot of the CGI films that look really good, in fact, pretty much every film we've just mentioned, both me and chat, that actually has really good CGI, you'll notice was what we call a prestige film, aka a film whose goal and point was not to make money. Like, obviously, someone somewhere wanted to make money, but that wasn't the goal, if that makes sense. It wasn't top tier of the priority list. They didn't make the Lord of the Rings movies to make money. They made them to make the Lord of the Rings films and to make money, right? Stuff like that. Same thing with, honestly, Star Wars. George Lucas, he was rich. Oh, right, he heals from fire. God damn it. That's actually my fault completely. I'll take that. He was rich. He was set. And the studio was doing fine. They didn't need the money. They wanted to make the Star Wars films. And this is the wonderful 1-2 punch of a passion project, because that can lead to something really good or something really bad. Like Episode 3 and Episode 1, respectively. And yeah, I think so, Dakota. I'm probably wrong. That's certainly the first time I've noticed it. I did know he healed from red, because every time he does that AoE fire effect, he heals from it. Let's do this. Yeah, exactly. Lucas was prepared to bow out if Star Wars didn't work. It did. We're cool, but yeah. Anyways, long answer, but I hope that answers you, Elizar. One of the things you'll notice, too... It's true, Dakota, which is even more true. One of the things you'll notice, too, is... a lot of modern films will use a lot of tricks in order to try and... Oh, hey, we won. Woo! In order to try and avoid you noticing how bad their effects are. Lowering the frame rate, having motion blur. It's all the stuff we've seen for years and years in the video game space as well. It's the same basic tricks, right? Sudden jarring camera motion. You get it. Yeah, it's too dark. The lighting isn't great, so you can't see what's going on. Yeah, constantly moving the camera so your eyes can't focus in on anything. Pictures of women on the wall. Very important. Very important. Depth of field, so they can blur things in the background, so they don't have to render it as high. Now Elizar says, why does CGI look better in games? So that's actually a really fun, basic answer to that. It's because the CGI in a film has to be rendered, then re-rendered by large farms, which is designed to render them under specific circumstances, and then usually do multiple passes of rendering. A video game is rendered right there, live, when you need it to be rendered. I'm explaining this very badly, so let me just say that it is a completely different element. Pre-rendering something is looking at a frame of animation and saying, okay, here's where everything is in this frame. And spending forever on it, okay. And then rendering the next frame, and so forth and so on, and then just smashing the frames together. What the video game is doing is just pulling that right out of your GPU, your CPU, and RAM, I guess, a little bit. And your bus and your HD, but you get it. Even on my death machine, it takes hours to render something, because it's just a different concept. What am I doing? Where am I? Billy signal. Everyone, it's Shift G. Wind direction, okay. Target coordinates, blah. Roger, engage autopilot. Catapult ready. Look out. Push, pull, woo. Oh. Of course his has a cape. Why wouldn't it? Today's launch was so-so. Oh, come on! Speaking of, there's our next boss. This transport's infested. I must go to the Ethos and tell Bishop Stone. What? There's something. There's nothing here. Just fish jumping around. Ah, the sea. Cool breeze. So different from the desert. Billy, who's Buddy? It's probably its brethren. A giant Wells, excuse me. An entity we couldn't stand much of a chance against by ourselves, but don't worry, they're pretty slow. Even if that Wells called it probably won't reach us in some time. But I called for my gear anyway, just to be safe. Faster than I expected. Well, here it comes. You did say we would not stand much of a chance against it by ourselves. It should be any time now. Do we have to fight this thing? Whatever it is. Great timing on the part of the kids. I owe them one. Well, get ready, because here it come. Does it mean comes? Nope. Here it come. Ow. Oh yeah, speaking of which, suicide! There we go. Gotta get that out of the way. Ah, god damn it, I'm so sick of this song. Alright, so that did 0 damage. That's cool, that's cool. What are your attacks? 0 damage. Okay, okay. That's cool, that's cool. Well, fire damage has been doing so well. Let's try fire. Enlarges when hit by ether. Attack up, defense down. Okay. Oh. Done. Let's do water damage. The same as always, Trahexia. Resigned depression. That actually didn't do bad. Okay, so then, like... Still doing 0 damage. We have an AoE heal now, so let's just pop that, see what happens. Look, the closest I'm willing to accept the algorithm is the shorts, and even the shorts are just literal clips from Twitch. Here we have a short out there. Oh! Okay. Inner Beast is someone I will legitimately call evil. It's true. And that's not a label I give out lightly. At this point, I have no idea, Mr. Red. I honestly hope not. I mean, Pirates of the Caribbean 2 had good CGI in general, yeah. Also an older film, if you're paying attention. Pirates of the Caribbean 3, not as good. Why not, Righteous Ham? So I sort of thought this was going to be like a Chrono Trigger thing, where one attack raises one thing, and the other attack raises the other thing. You have to balance it, but no, that doesn't appear to be the case. So, yeah, I'm still doing 0 damage with basic attacks. For 33. I haven't seen Ghostbuster 2016 either, and I never will. I will say the only Jurassic Park sequel I saw was the first one. I was not really impressed with it. Yeah, I don't get what repairing death means, still. Like, I've never seen an enemy so far that actually reduces my defense when I'm in a mech, so what's repairing death mean? So apparently there is something somewhere which actually does lower death. Okay. Ah! Oh, the shield knight did diff down. I believe you. I believe you. That's really... That's one guy. Alright, nobody cares about Superman's mustache. No real human being cares about Superman's mustache. Smaug was fine, I guess. Average. Yeah, I noticed I have the air odds, but I was scared that it was ether, so... It sounds ethery. Okay. I love it. The game gives me one ground boss, which is Red Drum again. And then it's right back to gear bosses. Thank you for helping me, everyone. To be honest, that was too dangerous for me on my own. I couldn't have done it without you. Aww. Is your job always this dangerous? I never thought you'd call it gear. But what the hell is Ethos thinking, anyway? We Etones are merely fulfilling our divine mission to murder everyone. Sorry, it was wrong of me to say that. Don't take it so seriously. So, you're going to report back to Ethos about your job's results, right? If you like, we'll give you a ride to the Ethos HQ. It's on our way. That would be great, so long as it doesn't put you out. I have something to give you as a sign of my gratitude. So please accompany me to the Ethos headquarters. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Yes. Ugh, frickin' Nintendo. Nintendo, can you suck less for 5 seconds, please? What's that? The last game you put out is fantastically amazing? Fine. And so then we fight the enemies. We still haven't gotten Faye back. We're gonna finish this first shift and still not have Faye at this point. What's that? Oh, whatever. I mean, Bart is the main character. So far. Yes, Triaxia. Yeah, can we just keep increasing the size of the mutant before it, you know, explodes? That would be an amusing way to deal with that fight. And clever. And interesting, which is probably why it wasn't true. I'm pretty sure the people who made this game had never heard of game design. I'm sorry, that's mean. That's mean. I am very sure they had never worked on game design before. But they've probably heard of it. Maybe. Maybe. So then we fight some things, and then they die. I don't know if that works as body snatcher. Why do we face out? No, this is definitely a case of a game that is good and bad alongside itself. Which, honestly, is most games, really. Like, there's nothing unusual about that. Oh, come on! Ah! Oh, I give up on everything. Screw you, Billy. I don't want your secret anyways. Oomph. Yeah, actually, I happen to know what it wants. It wants 3 books I can get from the kids, which is funny, because if you talk to the bookshelf, it says, room for 3 plates. Yes, hi, J. Palmer. Hi, J. Palmer. So, I will go out on a limb here and go against the grain a little bit and say that I think that using CGI to emulate an actor or using LLMs in order to emulate an actor's voice is kind of horrible. Like, just morally. But also, in terms of just production line, it's kind of incredibly unnecessary. Like, I hate to break this to you, but real life exists. I know it's shocking, but bear with me for a second. And having to recast actors is such an old profession and concept that it goes back centuries into theater. If the actor gives us consent, if you give me consent to chop off your arm, I don't really care that you've given me consent. I've still committed a crime against you. So, no, I don't think that mitigates it at all. Also, there's all kinds of other things, like the fact that some people can't give consent, some people only give consent without understanding what they're doing. Once the rights get out there and are owned by a company, it isn't a one-and-done transaction, but can exist for decades later to be used for things that actually has nothing to do with the actor's original intent, blah, 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 blah. So, no. Consent does not matter in this case. I mean, you're right. I am not willing to have a reasonable argument about this because I don't think there's a reasonable argument to be had. This is a shutdown situation. This is completely unacceptable top to bottom. I'm not going to budge on that. So, forgive me. I'll go ahead and stop talking about it. You. There we go. I think that's better. God, it's hard to tell sometimes. Nah, I don't want the ether armor. That's fine. I mean, the Tarkin thing was two things. Unnecessary and gross. Let's talk about that unnecessary part first. Have you seen the actual actor they had there doing the replacement thing? Like, no, I'm going to focus on the Tarkin thing, because the Tarkin thing's kind of more important. Because Tarkin was dead. Peter Cushing was dead. The replacement actor was great. Did a great job with the role. Did a great job with the lines. And then they pasted this weird pastel face over him, which honestly, frankly, ruined his performance. If you ever have a chance to see him doing his test or doing his lines without the CGI, I recommend you do it because he did a great job. That's the unnecessary part. The gross part is obvious. Peter Cushing was dead, and they just decided to necromancy him into the film. That's it? I didn't think it was going to refilm me. So I guess we'll just leave now. Then they did the same thing with Leia, then they did the same thing with Luke. And it's like, why? Again, replacement actors, to be really blunt, is an old profession. It is an old and venerated profession. There are actors whose only jobs it are is to be replacement actors for some people. And they do a fine job of that. And so then we fight some stuff. I mean, pretty much Stormage Felix. Every now and again it's like, guys? No, Peter Cushing's dead. Although it's funny you say that. Because, oh my god, I still can't think of her name. I can't think of her name. Carrie Fisher. Carrie Fisher was alive when they first replaced her. And yeah, obviously Mark Hamill's still going. Yeah, Carrie Fisher, the first time they replaced Leia was in Rogue One. She died during the development, during the post-production, more accurately, of Episode 8, to be specific. To try and talk this out a little bit, because I feel like I was unfair to Breakfast Sampler. Let's ignore the mutilation thing. I wasn't trying to make a direct comparison. I was trying to make an analogy, and I apologize, because I know a lot of people think I mean that literally when I make this kind of analogies, so let me move on from this. I think, no analogies, I think that the idea of trying to replace someone with a CGI overlay or a LLM-generated voice is criminal. Period, end statement. I think it's gross. I think it's a first step of something that a lot of those studios absolutely very much want to do. This is coming from their words, not mine. This is not presumptive. It is absolutely something that quite a few of the larger Hollywood studios absolutely want to do more of, because they think with, by lowering the costs even more, they can keep their bubble going. For those who are not aware, the Hollywood bubble has basically been like one step away from bursting for honestly over a decade at this point. And they just keep dumping more and more money into certain aspects of the holdings in order to try and keep it from falling apart. And one of the biggest things they keep doing is lowering costs. And so a lot of this outsourcing, a lot of the making the CGI cheaper, a lot of trying to replace actual people and people doing real jobs with stuff that's CGI generated, LLM generated, let me use my correct terminology, is something that's been a really buzzwordy kind of a thing right now. And yeah, not really having to do with a lot of the unions, because a lot of this bypasses some of that. I mean, it's one of the reasons why so many of the studio executives were pushing so hard when the Writers Guild was striking. You remember that? It was one of the longest Writer Guild strike in history, and one of their biggest contention points was money. But their second biggest contention point was LLMs, something the studios were absolutely refusing to budge on because they wanted to lower those costs. This, I don't like the slippery slope, because the slippery slope is a fallacy. It's called a fallacy for a reason. You know, if you let Mr. Red play Super Mario World, then he's going to start doing blow and hookers. No, that's stupid. But we have a repeated and a consistent pattern of action from Hollywood studios to do anything immoral, not amoral, immoral, and underhanded and generally dirty in order to try and squeeze as much money out of as little money as possible, to the point where it has actively caused literal death, as well as tremendous damage to individual people's lives and livelihood, and general happiness and quality of existence and health. So, with all of that out of the way, this is why I get so angry when I look at things like what they did with Tarkin, right? What they did with Tarkin in a bubble, in a vacuum, is just, oh, that's dumb and unnecessary. But again, the problem here is that they want to do more of that. And we know this because not only have they said so, but they've already done more than that. And they've already been trying to use more and more of this. Does that make sense? What the hell was I doing? Right! That's what I was doing. Avoiding this game. I know, right, Shazam? It doesn't help that they straight up lie about so many things, about what costs what and where they're spending money where. Like, this is a bad example, so forgive me for an exaggerated bad example. I don't have figures on my hand, so I'm going to make up numbers, right? Let's say we're here, and we're making a new movie, and it's like, oh man, the CGI is so expensive. I'm blowing millions of dollars on it. And then you look at the amount of money that the people working on that CGI are making. And the numbers do not add up. That's not even getting into Hollywood accounting, which is a very specific subset of lying in accounting. Hollywood accounting is more about specifically deliberately billing shell companies in order to try and change where the expense account is showcased, and then claiming certain expenses against certain companies to state whether or not something made or didn't make money, to avoid things like taxes. That's Hollywood accounting. What's the name of the dungeon we just did? It was the transport. Did it have a name? Might not have had a name. I'm gonna call it the Wells transport. Ethos, there we go, the Ethos transport. I mean, if you look at the numbers, I just noticed Breakfast Sample hasn't said anything. I think I pissed them off. Ah, shoot. If you look at the numbers, It's hilarious because, like, look at all of the money that's paid out to people's salaries in the movie production. Now, there's a few dozen hundred people who make money, so they're like over here, right? But it's still in like 30 or 40% of the actual budget that's going towards salaries. The rest of it's going towards about 8 or 9 people, which is almost the big name actors, usually someone on the production staff, and usually someone on the director's chair. Anyways. By the way, that is nothing new. That goes back a century. Oh no! This is... what happened here? Billy. Are you alright? What happened? I don't know. Suddenly I heard a gunshot. Hey, hang in there. Hey! It's no use. It's no use! He can't survive with those wounds. Oh no, the evil religion is dead. Why did this happen? This is Father's shell casing. Damn it, don't tell me he stormed the Ethos headquarters in desperation. It is possible with him. Why'd you do it? Sorry. There's a lot of dead people in here. Don't move. Who are you?
There are still survivors? We must kill them, yes. One with the Force they will become.
Who the hell are these people? Oh, well, I guess we'll just kill them all. I like how they're scraping their claws in the ground. Like, I just imagine they're like, scrape, 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 scrape. Oh yeah, I need to figure out what his new death blow is. Was that it? God, I'm not even sure.
Death, death! Kill you while we're shot, yes. Amazing, Timish.
Let's see. She's still learning, so I'm still just, like, doing seemingly random attacks on her. Aw. I don't have anything that starts with X yet for him.
Yes. Precious is the Force. Precious to me.
Oh, sorry.
Hey! Ha!
I've noticed we gain levels pretty frequently, but each level is pretty small. Who are these guys? Why are they attacking the Ethos? Why would insane ninjas attack religious zealots? Well, the people from Ethos are right. They mentioned survivors, but... What? Then, everyone? Come on, Billy. There have to be survivors. Let's help them. Do there have to be? No, not like that. I don't mean like we should kill them all. I mean like for real. Like where's this optimism coming from? Ah, she's still learning her stuff. I guess I could just focus on double shock for now. Double shock is... there it is. 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, I can do that. Meanwhile, he... Yep, no, that is his best. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, whatever. And when he hits level, I think 30... No, he's already level 30 now. When do you get Oogie? 46. When he hits 46, he'll have Oogie. And we'll finally have something that starts with X. This game is just such an optimistic game. You have no idea. It's just... Are they? I guess they are. I guess we could Von Falkenstein? I was doing a generalized thing, because all of those need each button, so... Yeah. I just answered that, Eleazar. In fact, I spent entirely too long talking about it. But I know you hate listening to me, and I don't blame you. So, I'll repeat myself in brief. It looked really, really, really bad. Alright, let's Sting Kick. 38, I want to say, Trihexia. Sting Kick's that one. What's the most depressing thing about this game so far? Something I can't spoil for you. Damn it! I knew it, Sean. The show lied to me. Was he in that show? Infinite Omni Fractal Potion? What does that do? It's the FF2 thing, Savacom, if you're familiar with that. Yeah, I didn't really watch... oh god, what's the name of that show? It's the show about the president. West Wing. That's it, West Wing. I'm aware of it, but I never watched it. It should raise Sky Attack, yeah. Sorry. You know what? Okay. The most depressing thing outside of the game is how little progress I've made in this game. Like, we're still nowhere. The plot has arguably not even started yet. Uh-huh. Well, let's start with this disc. I don't know. Ah, 5 stacks of offensive potion, defensive potion, and mobility potion. Yeah, that sounds pretty useful. I'll mention this to Pax. He might actually care. Information shared. Thank you for telling me, Slumlord. Listen, is it even Star Wars without Luke Skywalker? Come on. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time, Blake Duvall. Ugh. Somehow, Palpatine is in KOTOR 1. Don't ask me how. It's actually really frustrating, because I honestly rather liked Ahsoka back in Clone Wars, especially late Clone Wars. And then, you know, she kept showing up, and then she kept showing up, and then she kept showing up. And each time, I swear, the quality of her usage in the narrative has gone down a little bit. Then there's the Ahsoka show, which I actively disliked. We talked about that when we were doing the Streamations, if you remember. That was just, what? I don't know the other attacks, and I don't know, like... Okay. Let's do a test. Righteous Hand brings up an interesting point. Basically everything, J. Palmer. Bad makeup, bad CGI, bad story sequencing, bad plot, bad external continuity. It's set in another galaxy with super aliens that are also whales. So I'm gonna do his normal attack, because I don't know any of his crap. Yeah, the way they used Thrawn in Ahsoka was awful. Just awful. Since she's still learning, we'll keep doing that. Hell, the way they used... can't remember what his name is, actually. The main character from Rebels was awful. Ezra, thank you. Bishop, are you all right? Oh, Billy. You're safe. The purge has begun. We sinners have brought God's judgment on mankind. God's judgment? What do you mean, Bishop? He's gone. What's he trying to tell me? Purge? I wonder what he meant. What's a purge? No comment. Ah, camera. Camera. It's over there. It's impossible to get through here like this. Oh, okay, fine. So that was 394, I think it was, something like that. So let's do this one. 293. I wasn't expecting that to be 100 less damage. Dang. I cast net. I mean, legitimately, yeah, Sean. It's not like he's alone in that. I'm probably the same way. It's one of the reasons I like having a writer's room. To be like, hey, check me. Most creative types need to have someone who's willing to be like, hold on. Rein it in a little. George Lucas himself was infamous for needing someone to tell him to rein it in. Uh-oh. I don't know why the assassins are dressed like this. I'm not sure I want to know why the assassins are dressed like this. What is all this about? Who are you all? You're still pretending you don't know anything? You may be the leader of the Ethos, but you don't know when you're beaten. It's been exposed? Rebelling against us will cost you your life. Yeah, I'm being stabbed to death while you watch. The Pontiff! Damn you. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Did they skin him? I mean, this whole game is blood and boobs, so that doesn't surprise me. Okay, that's dismissive. This whole game has blood and boobs. That's a little different. Yeah, gotta up that rating. Although I've only seen 2 boobs so far. Very disappointing. Ow. No screwing around. Die. Now that I'm thinking about it, though, you know what I probably would have done? First and foremost, smooth out the curve of learning death blows, because it's too slow. Just straight up. Death blows take too long. To learn, I mean. What I would probably do is I'd probably merge some of the ether abilities into death blows. So, for example, rather than Ellie just having a bunch of sword attacks, she has sword attacks, and if you do this particular combo, it also does a fireball. Or if you do this particular combo, it does an AoE fireball. You get the idea, right? Literally bake their ether attacks into their combo attacks. And thus, the idea then is you pick the combo attack that is relevant to the situation, rather than just the one that does the highest damage, because they all do the same relative damage, but different ones do different effects. Make sense? I should save. I haven't saved in a while. So I'll just keep going east. It would also be an interesting aspect. So, one of the most important things about RPG combat design is action economy. How many actions you can take per turn versus how many actions the enemy can take per turn, and what you can do with those actions. One of the biggest issues with a huge number of RPGs is something I actually talked about, because someone asked why I wasn't healing against a boss fight several days ago. And the answer was because... No, I'm going to veto that hard. I'm just going to say that right now. The answer was because I had already done the math in my head and made it and it was very clear that continuing to heal non-stop is going to have me just slowly losing the fight, right? It takes too many actions to do too little healing to keep up. Now that's fine if you're balanced around that, but another thing you could do, and very, very, very few games do this, is bake healing into damage. In other words, rather than having to sacrifice a turn... Yeah, it was about Redrum, that's right. And I knew it was you, Zar. I just wasn't sure you were here. Rather than sacrificing a turn to heal, make it so that some of your attacks also heal, right? Just a specific combo. In this case, you're rewarding the player for mixing it up, for thinking about what attacks they're going to use, and you're making sure that each attack is going to stay relevant as you go throughout the course of the game. And yeah, this, to use Ellie as an example again, maybe some of her attacks specifically have the AoE thing going on. Instead of just, you know, doing this combo over and over and over because it hits hard. Now, I don't want to sound too derogatory, but this is yet another example of how you could tell these people were really, really new to video game development, and RPG development in particular. Because everything I just said is stuff that was already stuff that was known by 1998. None of this was new. It goes back to that RPG Maker thing we talked about. Getting more death blows that get better as you go is a very RPG Maker thing. It makes sense on the surface, but when you really think about it, it actually falls apart. Death blows should vary as you get new death blows, not just straight up be a linear improvement. Make sense? Yeah, Sabin's blitzes had already fixed this basic concept. Hummel, the literal tutorial blitz, is useful in the endgame in Final Fantasy VI. Because of what they did with it, because of how it's designed. Door's locked. No! Judging from our position, this room is right under the cathedral, which could mean that this is the Ethos databank. I am sure of it. This has to be the Ethos databank. What can we do with the Ethos databank? Oh, hey, it's the rest of the party. When did you guys get here? Yeah, so it seems. This is a surprise. This databank holds all the information concerning the Ethos. From the past to the present, everything. This facility is strictly off limits to us. Only the bishop class can ever enter this area. Yeah, but even then, this place is damn well equipped. Look at it. I say, a facility of this magnitude would even be hard to find in Solaris. How would the Ethos have such a setup? Wait a minute. This is Solaris' equipment. So, Solaris? Don't be so surprised. No matter how vast this world is, such advanced equipment as this could only come from Solaris. The Ethos has been assaulted by someone. And in the basement, we find a Solarian facility. The plot thickens. That's it? What's going on here? What is this place? Hey, Billy, you know anything about this? Don't ask me. How would I know? This is my first time in here. Then let's investigate. Except there's a question mark, so then let's investigate? Saitan, what's being displayed here? Looks like some transmission record from somewhere. I might be able to find some clues here. Wait one moment. Alright, now I'm able to transmit it to the main displays. Ignis conflict status. Transferring all Battlestar data concerning A-class Battlerkin health conditions. Adaptation. 37th arm supplement. Upgrading Avez gears from level D2 to D3. Maintain Kislev gears at D2. Current balance 4 to 6. Report by Bishop Shakan of the Ignis Diocese. Due to the intervention of an uncertain factor, correction is needed. Progress of the operation has declined by 30%. The heck is this? Why is the Ethos looking into this kind of stuff? On top of that, that Shakan's a bishop? Wasn't he excommunicated from Ethos 17 years ago? That can't be the case if you've been sending regular reports. Look here. The destinations of all resources collected by the Ethos through trade with each area. All the resources are being sent to the Solaris homeland. But why would Ethos be sending supplies to Solaris? It's called trade, dumbass. Or tribute, if you prefer. This is in Solarian language, but it's been encoded. Hold on. What is this? Come on, hurry up. Hold on. It's hard to translate this stuff. Lambs, Great War, Collapse, Re-education. Post-war rehab plan based on schedule for building gate foundations. Lambs 2 to 4 to Ignis, 5 to 8 to Aquavi, 11 to 16 to be uniformly distributed. Put into practice. Ethos established as an organization. Supervision by Elders. Conference. Supervision by the Gazelle. The Ethos is... Oh. It's all a front. The Ethos is really a subsidiary organization of Solaris. Oh, sorry. Hang on. I actually have this, and I didn't realize we were having a dun-dun-dun. As I was about to say, Ethos is really a subsidiary organization of Solaris. Okay, couldn't really hear that in the game, but whatever. So, what does this all mean? In short, it's like this. 500 years ago, there was a great war that occurred between Solaris and the Land Dwellers. It's not clear what the outcome was, but after the war, Solaris feared another Land Dweller revolt. So Solaris built a gate, or barrier, that separates Solaris land from the rest of the world's land. The Land Dwellers who lived within the gate were made to dwell as separate races and thus supervised. To carry out the actual supervision, Solaris established the Ethos. So the Ethos is actually controlled by the Gazelle Ministry, or Solaris' highest governmental body. So yes, the Ethos is really a front, or the Ethos is really a front, or a subsidiary organization working for Solaris. Excavation findings, goods, and natural resources from the surface are transported to Solaris by the Ethos. This also includes human resources, or people used for manual labor, and so on. Basically, this here is the window between the planet's surface and Solaris up there in the skies above. According to these records, there's been an enormous amount of goods and people transferred to Solaris. So the Ethos has been manipulating us. Anything else? The rest is mainly about population distribution and excavation records. The amount of detailed information about races and their biological data kind of concerns me, though. Here is a relatively recent record. It also indicates that there has been a large amount of people sent to Solaris. The majority of them were people who had come to the Ethos seeking help or spiritual salvation. This can't be. I've heard nothing of the sort. So what happened to all the people you've seen coming here for help? They became Etones, like me. Surely not all of them. What happened to the ones that didn't become Etones? Well, it's all becoming clear then, huh? About it, Ellie. There are facilities in Solaris for accommodating surface dwellers. I know. Third-class citizen level, Earth dwellers of various races are regularly sent there as manual labor. So this is the source of their labor supply. It's impossible. How could that be? Yep, your religion was evil, buddy. Sorry. Here. And I just hand him a Breath of Fire 2 cartridge. Go play this. It'll make this make way more sense. Even if that's the case, who would kill all those Ethos people and why? This could be your answer. What? The 44th Salvage Plan. 44th Salvage Plan? Yeah, the 44th Salvage Plan. Really quick. Trihexia asks, what's the difference between a front and a subsidiary? There's actually only one real difference there. A front is supposed to be hidden. You're not supposed to know it's a front. Whereas a subsidiary is public knowledge. Everybody knows that Bethesda is a subsidiary of ZeniMax, is a subsidiary of Microsoft. But if you have a front, then nobody's supposed to know, you know, that Insert Casino A is run by Mafia Group B, right? Isn't that what the Captain of the Thames was talking about? This is the only plan that's not linked to Solaris. It must have been initiated by the Ethos itself as a completely independent project. It was commenced about 19 years ago. Allow me to display the data. Completed investigation of the Zeboim City, which sank to the bottom of the sea approximately 4,000 years ago. This is taking too long. After over 100 test digs, the city center has been ascertained. Excavation planned to begin. So from this it appears that under Aquavie lies an ultra-ancient civilization. They have been doing a huge number of test digs and obtaining a vast quantity of resources from the ruins. Biological weapons, reactive weapons. So this must be their intention. My assessment of the circumstances is that Ethos is attempting to break away from Solaris. And once freed from its master, it's likely to attempt world domination on its own. Attempt a breakaway? Attempt world domination? That's rather ambitious. Yes, but the real intentions of the Ethos are quite obvious. The fact that they are not reporting the results, let alone the site's very existence, gives it away. The Ethos is planning to revolt by monopolizing this ultra-advanced civilization's resources. Actually, such rebellions have been quite common. So do you think Solaris is responsible for this attack on the Ethos? Yes, that is probably it. Shall we move along? There could be more to find yet. The Ethos. My Ethos. My faith. Hey, Billy. How long are you planning on being like that? Get a hold of yourself. It is all just speculation based on circumstantial evidence. It'd be best for you to confirm what is the truth with your own eyes. While I was checking the database, I found out something. There seems to be a person from Shevat being held here by the Ethos. We're going further on. Bart and Rico, can you please rescue and accompany the Shevite to the Yggdrasil? Yeah, what's funny is they kind of understate this, but what Ethos was doing here was actually pretty clever. Because the Zeboim, we'll get to that, but they were legitimately quite advanced. Like, more than you'd think.
Arg.
I guess I have nothing else to add to that scene. It was pretty self-apparent. Yeah, this is not a doomed to failure thing. They just happened to fail. I still can't believe it. The Ethos was that dubious of an organization. What was it I believed in all this time? Kid, you had faith in a concept and ideal, not a piece of paper. Isn't that the very reason why I told you back then? That you belong with us? Verlaine? You're defiled, Billy. You left the Ethos and kept company with dregs who have no faith at all. And you lost sight of what it means to be defiled. I didn't expect it out of you. You who used to live only for your faith. You should have remained like us. But fear not, Billy. I shall cleanse you. You'll live within me. You'll become one with me in death. What? You? Father! How could you do that? What are you getting flustered about, boy? It was a stun bullet. He's just taking a nap. He should have been able to tell by the sound it made. Besides, these murderers are not from the Ethos. Look. Symbol. Yes, that's right. They're agents of Solaris. Probably an assassination unit under Stone's command. I got word they were exterminating all Ethos members and hurried here, but I was too late. All Ethos affiliates have already been killed, except for those on some sort of salvage mission. You claim Verlaine and his men are assassination unit for the Bishop? How could you even say such blasphemy? Billy, buddy. Work with me here, Billy. That's right. We are servants of the Bishop. Our mission is to hand out judgment on fallen priests and sinners in order to make them repent. To which Billy then says, how could you even say that, Verlaine? Is that true, Verlaine? Why people from the Ethos? The Pontiff and his brethren deserve to die. They allowed greed to tempt them into abandoning their duties as the Ethos to pursue world domination. They passed their own death sentences when they allowed such desires to overtake them. And that's not all. Saving orphans and refugees. That may seem like a work of mercy, but the little boys and girls kept here were actually used as a means to satisfy the desires of the Pontiff and bishops. And we're gonna walk over that. We're just gonna keep going here. Okay. All right. So, okay. Even if that were true, we have no right to punish others. Judgment belongs to God. That's what we were taught, wasn't it? God? Where does such a being exist? In the ocean? That's actually not true. You should know by now how the Ethos came about. It was an organization created by Solaris eons ago for the purpose of managing ignorant humans. You should know this because it was quite literally the scene immediately before this. Its doctrines are just deceptions designed to control the masses. The Ethos used the two sweet fruits of faith and technology well to skillfully manipulate affairs and people's zeals. Thus, they manipulated the ignorant masses to repeatedly continue their pointless wars. Eventually, battle data on man and weapons gleaned from these wars were sent to Solaris itself and analyzed to aid in ruling the entire Earth. These intentionally perpetuated wars caused much psychological discord, but faith in God, salvation, was used as a cushion to soften the blow. It was a well-thought-out system, but the choice of managers was extremely poor. Or did you think that acting was part of a faithful servant of God would someday yield an answer from a great God somewhere? Can't you see that such a divine being had just never existed from the beginning? And you don't seem to realize this, but you yourself were passing judgment on sinners as much as we were. I've been passing judgment? Yeah, that's right. Daily you've been dirtying your hands as an accomplice. You trying to take away my ultimate pleasure, Verlaine? Verlaine, hang in there. Why? Why do you give a crap? Why is that your reaction? Verlaine, hang in there. Man who was just telling me horrifically, nightmarishly, disgustingly evil things. No, hang in there, Verlaine. It's not too late. I'll save you. God damn it, Billy. And I mean that as literally as I can here. Ugh. Verlaine, Verlaine! Ah, good-for-nothing chatterbox such as you has no right. Wait, hang on, I gotta get my Palpatine voice going. Yes, he literally just implied he was going to eat Billy. As a reminder, we know they eat people. That's already been shown on camera. Only once, admittedly. A good-for-nothing chatterbox such as you have no right to live. Bishop, why Verlaine? Were you two lovers or something, Billy? What in heavens are you trying to accomplish? I am the Inquisitor, sent to Earth from Solaris. Inquisitor? The status of Bishop is merely a convenience for my activities on Earth. The Ethos was created as a Solaris. Oh my god! That is the third time in 2 cutscenes in a row where they've said the Ethos was created as a Solaris sub-organization and given the task of managing Earth dwellers. Game, I get it. I'm not asleep. I know I was tired yesterday, but you don't need to berate me for it. Come on, work with me here. Over the years, the Ethos started to set up convenient doctrines for itself. It then went on to gather the ignorant masses and created a god for them to believe in. Then the Ethos went so far as to plot separation from its creator, Solaris. So Solaris had no choice but to eliminate all who defy our rule and raise the flag of rebellion. But Verlaine! Verlaine, are you okay? The ones prepared as eliminators were the Etones, the Atoners, the organization I established within the Ethos, had 2 purposes. On the surface, their aim was to eliminate the Reapers or Wells that run rampant on the Earth. But that's not their only purpose. Behind the scenes, we had a new purpose, so that their purpose could be a dual purpose, allowing them to have a secondary purpose, to do something other than their original purpose. These were responsible for observing and eliminating any corrupt people who appeared in the Ethos. You mean like you? You monster? Also, I don't feel bad about spoiling the fact that he was evil, because, first of all, that was like an hour ago. Like, they introduced this guy, and it's like, immediately. There's no delay here. You didn't have the chance to learn of this since you left the Ethos so early. Or actually, I just never told you. There was another role I wanted you to perform. Another role? Billy, there are certain things in this world that you're happier not knowing. Even lies and deceptions can become the truth for people of the Earth. Particularly those not knowing the true nature of things or how these systems of things work. In fact, the God and faith systems set up by the Ethos were the truth itself, were they not? Tell me, what other role were you talking about? What did Verlaine mean when he spoke of judgment? I have, Elizar. Not for a long time, though. So you want to know, but can you bear the full weight of the truth? Billy, if you can bear that weight, then I'm willing to tell you. ... You believed that you were saving wandering souls, didn't you? That's why you carried out your cleansing of the Reapers, Wells from the Earth, right? In fact, it was all just another control system put in place by Solaris. What's more, your saving work, that very activity you believed in so much, was in reality... Hang on, we've really got to build this up. You see, the big super secret that I'm about to reveal to you was in fact not the truth that you thought it was, but was in fact a completely separate secret which I will now reveal to you, so that you might understand the real truth and not the fake truth that you thought was true this entire time, and now, more truth it is! You're talking too much nonsense. Father, you haven't changed at all since then, have you, Stein? Stein? It's von Falkenstein! That's a name I haven't been called in a long time. Hearing that name vividly brings back a pleasant twinge of pain to the scars of this body. You know what I mean, Josiah? Your brain still isn't working right. Answer me. Why do you have such a roundabout way of doing things? Okay, question. Why is a roundabout way of doing things in quotes? Or apostrophes, more accurately. Like, this should be read, if it's read deliberately as it's written on this page. Answer me! Why do you have such a... Well, hang on. Nope, I said that wrong. Why do you have such a roundabout way of doing things? Eh? That's not worth wasting my breath answering. Just consider it my reward in life. That's, by the way, the 4th time they've had that weird apostrophe thing for, like, a phrase. Of course, that includes watching your agonizing death. I could succumb to the desire to slice up your body here and now and drag out your innards, but I can't do that now. I have a matter to attend to elsewhere. That duty comes before any pleasure I could have with you here. I haven't time to waste anymore. Oh, Jesse, he's over this way, Jesse. I can't be bothered by insignificant wretches like you. Until next time, and as a parting gift, I'll have these men entertain you. Bishop Stone. Well then, excuse me. Oh, and Billy, if you have something you wish to discuss, come see me later. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. Okay. Oh no, it's 3 generic assassins. What error shall I do? Man, after literally about 10 hours of nothing, that was a lot of plot crammed into about 10 minutes. Let's do this. What? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Yeah, I hate to give this a negative, but I'm absolutely giving this a negative. This is a lot of text jumping after a lot of nothing. There's breather sections, and then there's... Yeah, and they still haven't told us the super ultra mega no really secret yet, if you're paying attention. Sleeper sections. Instead of breather sections, we have sleeper sections. I like it. Stein, you ain't going anywhere. Wait, we gotta check Verlaine! Verlaine, are you okay? Verlaine! Please! My one true love, I'm begging you. Stand up, Verlaine. I need you. Oh my god, he's got $5 on him. Alright, drinks on me. God dang it. Yeah, yeah, this game should be much shorter. That's all I'm gonna say about it. That's not just me being impatient. That's not me wanting a 10-hour RPG. This game is padded. Hello, cat. I mean, I've heard for years people talk about Disc 2 as if it's the worst thing ever. And honestly... I'm not sure how it's going to hold up on review. Like, it might legitimately be fine, you know? Oh, what did we just learn? Yeah, we won't hit Disc 2 today, you know? Those physical effects. Nice. Well, I mean, obviously it's actually... just missed him. Looked like Stein's there. I mean, I agree with you, Righteous Ham, but, like, it's the same problem, if you think about it. Yeah, we've actually had it twice now, Stormmage Felix. That gear is huge. The mobile gear of Solaris. Alkenshell. And cannibalism, which is actually weirdly common. Wasn't it, Hugo? What? Yeah, something like that. May be big, but it's slow to maneuver, so we'll be alright in our gears. But its firepower is phenomenal. Against a bigger target like a ship, blam, it'll all be over. Ain't that right, Hugo? Yes, probably. See what I mean? Wait a minute, that means the Thames fleet is in danger. They are unaware of this. Yeah, we've already seen one attempted genocide on camera, and they've referenced genocide twice. Let's hurry and go to the Thames fleet. Okay. Sorry, to finish my statement, Righteous Hams, I think that's the same problem. The fact that there's so much needless repetition is part of why the game is stretched out so long, especially when you consider the fact that the text renders so slowly and cutscenes are unskippable in general. Like, I wonder how many seconds and minutes there are in this game just from repeat plot points. Like, if you could, like, somehow magically chop all that out, how many hours would that remove from the game, I wonder? I've picked up the Ethos' fleet in the Thames on the radar, sir. They're on the sea south of here. If we travel at full speed, we can reach them in an hour. Alright, set sail for Thames. Aye, aye, sir. First mate, the radar, sir. What is it? The radar just detected an enormous object. It appeared straight above the fleet. Don't tell me Stone's already there. No, it's much bigger than that. I estimate it's at least 2,000 Charles. It's gigantic. What in the heavens is happening? Yeah, they tried to literally nuke a city. Literally, literally. No! The men of the sea! Feel bad. Those people were cool. Yeah, I'm kind of mad about that. The Thames people were cool. All that was needed was to fulfill the duty. Now I sense a thought of greed. A selfish creed. I question his faith. We have no need for an organization of fanatics. We will seek what they will. It's their nature. But too much is undue. Something must be done. A reprimand is necessary. No, Blitzball. They are an expendable group. There's nothing we can do at this point. Yes, there's nothing more to gain from their continued existence. They've already done what we required. Currently, we're in the process of dealing with each area responsible. Stein is in charge of dealing with Aquavie. Bear in mind the need for a fitting solution. Didn't we just take care of that? Moreover, Krellian is rather exorbitant. It's only a molecular machine. Why is he placing so much importance on it? Humans and machines. It's all the same to us. Yes, they're all the same. You know. You know, I'm not really joking when I say the plot hasn't kicked off yet. We've seen it poke its head into the narrative. Quite often, actually. A few dozen times. But it's always just been a little peek of, hi, okay, bye. Main gun 20 until the energy is recharged. Engineering, ready for a full demonstration. Main ship, military units at standby. Cleanup is at 80%. Currently our heading is clear. Is this the first time we've seen him? Krellian, there are several ships that have not been vaporized. What should we do? There he is. This is the first time we've seen Krellian. God dang, we're like 30 hours in, and we have just met Krellian. We've literally seen Cain before this, and the Council, and you-know-who, and you-know-what, but now is the first time we see Krellian on camera. Lambs 3, 5, and 11 are damaged. Just retrieve the non-damaged ones. Eliminate the rest of the trash. Use the test subject wells for retrieval and elimination. We've confirmed the marker location of Stein. Of the 130 research and excavation sites, it's in the southernmost peak. Shock troops are entering Zaboim now. I see. The thing they've searched for over 500 years. This should be interesting. Releasing the wells. Oh god, the captain's alive. What's that? Did you see that huge fishbowl thing? What are you asking me for? Weren't the other salvager fleets almost blown away by one shot? Is this the way the Ethos greets us? I seriously doubt that. Why do they have to attack us? We only came to help with excavations. Captain, Wells, Reapers. Reapers coming out of that fishbowl thing in the dozens. What? Why? This can't be happening. Launch the gears. Load the big gun. Captain? Alright, y'all. We're going to assist and rescue any of the survivors from the other ships. If at all possible, while trying to retreat. And shoot down those wells with our 2 guns. Don't let those filthy wells near the Thames. Hans, look alive! Take the helm. We'll show that fishbowl thing a real men-of-the-sea retreat. At ramming speed! Sorry. And yes, Corellian's ship was feeding tech to Kislev. Now, might have been doing that on behalf of the Council, that's debatable. Oh, blorp, 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 blorp. Blurp, blurp, blurp. Protected rescue signal. Seems the Thames is being attacked by a pack of Reapers. So this is the purging by Solaris that Stone was talking about. Let us make haste, otherwise the Thames will be destroyed by Reapers. Alright, I'll just pull Faye into the party. Well, this is probably my best party at the moment, so sure, whatever. Pop a save. Pop a real save, actually, while we're here. Faye's asleep. Like, he's really, really asleep. Like, he's just... He's having one of those really nice dreams you don't want to wake up from, you know? You know the type. No. He needs to be slapped by Ellie. Actually, I'm pretty sure he's been transferred to the Yggdrasil at this point. Almost positive. I mean, these days, yeah, Terra. Obs. What would gaming be like without fast forward? Worse. Okay. It's the emulator. Although Chrono Cross hasn't built-in fast forward, but only on New Game Plus. I mean, Chrono Trigger's the obvious one, Felix. Just about any SNES RPG, especially the Pixel remasters, will probably qualify. But as far as modern RPGs that are short, I guess Undertale would qualify. I don't know. I'm not sure I know any off the top of my head. Oh, Saitan, you came because you were worried. Yes, you could say that, but you seem to be better off than I expected. Of course. We are men of the sea. Yes, it was, Elizar, is what I'd like to say. But the truth is, the situation has been pretty bad. We've got some that are injured badly and some that are fatal. Considering what happened to the other ships, we're in no position to complain. By the way, Saitan, what the hell's up with that fishbowl thing? Came out of nowhere and kicked our butts and left behind wells. And then it headed for some obscure excavation site where there's supposed to be nothing. Odd, since we were sent to go to a more deeper and bigger excavation site. Just as I thought. Some say they saw a huge gear-like monster. Seemed like it was guiding that fishbowl thing to the excavation site, or so I'm told. Still, it appears there's something there for sure. Call it Salvager's intuition, but I don't want to get any closer. And Saitan, is that fishbowl an enemy of yours? You could say that. Well, I won't ask for revenge. But I can't just sit back and do nothing. If you're against it, we'll help in any way we can. You can ask Hans anything about the site. Okay, hi Hans. Fishbowl was heading due north. The north edge of that island. But why? There's nothing there but a small mine. Okay. There we go. Also the very concept of a big twist, Elizar. A lot of people forget this because it's become such a normal, common thing in modern fiction. But you rewind time a bit, and big twists weren't really a thing in fiction. Nowadays, they're expected. In fact, some writers think you can't have a story unless you have a big twist in it. Do I just leave now? I guess I do. Okay. Bye, guys. It was also an incredibly cynical movie, with a downer ending. Which was followed up by a sequel which had an even bigger downer ending, if you can believe it. That's a good question. I don't think I have any thoughts on it, Elizar. No thoughts. Head empty. Oh, we really did just get... Okay, I'm sorry. Did that feel like there's just a huge chunk of story that was just cut from that? Like, the Thames is under attack by the freaking Bulbasaur. And then it's like, oh my god. And then the wells are released. It's like, oh my god, did we get here? It's like, yeah, we're fine. Go north to the excavation site. And then we leave. Like, I get that we could go do optionally stuff right now, but like, as far as MSQ, that's a very strange arc. It's less of a parabola and more of a... Anyways. And then we killed the enemies, and then they died. Yeah, like, the implication is the Thames was fine. And honestly, the only reason the Thames was fine was because Corellian pieced out. He's like, alright, I killed almost all of them with one shot. Let's go do other things. So, There's my destination. There it is. Illusion of Gaia is also a rough game. There's a lot of cool, interesting stuff to it, but the localization is extremely bad. As in, it's possible to completely miss what's going on in the plot. Bad. And also as a consequence of that, it gets a little bit puzzly. That's the wrong word. Walkthrough-itis-y, right? There are huge swaths of Illusion of Gaia where we're going to be like, what do I do next? But I still think it's a decent game. Like, it's definitely a net positive game. I shouldn't say that. I haven't reviewed it. I would like to think it's a net positive game. I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Just in case. Thank you, DC Maven. Yeah, Terranigma has the same basic problem. Makes sense. Same devs. Soul Blazer doesn't have the same issue, mostly because it's just a different type of game. Also, the same devs, by the way. For those of you not aware, those three games, this is a very minor spoiler, are actually part of a trilogy. They all narratively have to do with each other, although the connections are not the most obvious, but they're there. Of the three, from memory, I would say Illusion of Gaia is my favorite, but I am biased. I have played it the most. Okay. Okay. Excavation site. Saitan? What is Solaris trying to do? The main Solaris army? Why all this? Well, let us get down. Wow, that sure was an answer there, Saitan. Jesus, buddy. Yeah, Soul Blazer might score better, honestly. I forget if Soul Blazer is part of the SNES block. I know Illusion of Gaia is. Terranigma is not, because we've already reviewed Terranigma. No, Satan, Saitan. Big difference, big difference. I'm actually curious of something while we're doing this combat. Hang on. I'm just checking something. Give me a sec. Who are we? Let's have you do this. Okay. Damn. Looks like Soul Blazer isn't on the SNES thing. SNES Online, whatever it's called. The official emulator. That would have been convenient. See, the thing is, I don't own Soul Blazer. The whole reason for the SNES block, personally, is that that's all the SNES games I own that are not already in some other block, or, you know, we haven't already reviewed. Hi, Kenix Cow. Again? And for the last time. That's actually a good question. If any of them, Illusion of Gaia would be there, because it's the most well-known, but who knows? Those are Square games, and Square is weird about letting that stuff get out there. At least I'm pretty sure those are Square. Yeah, let me double check myself on that. So it's Quintet, which... Oh. No, I'm right. Yeah. Quintet was under Enix, and Enix is now under Square. So, yeah. I was right. Unfortunately, Quintet is self-destructed. I didn't know that people from Quintet went to work at Falcom. It's interesting. Robotrek. Oh, Robotrek. That, not counting Secret of the Stars, Robotrek might be one of the worst SNES RPGs I've ever played. And Seventh Saga, that's the other real bad. So we've got Seventh Saga. Right. Robotrek and Secret of the Stars just all kind of sitting at the bottom there. Did you notice? His gear is reawakening. Soon he himself will awaken also. His friends are heading for Zeboim. It's been sealed up for 4,000 years. You know what's there better than I do. He probably won't give up. He probably won't give anyone anything. It's something we both need. You know what I mean? So, please. But I am Groff, the main villain of this game. Vibration mode activated. Yeah, Seventh Saga is a very, very rough game. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not sure if Seventh Saga is as bad as I remember it. Because I remember it pretty badly. One moment, please. Sorry. It could be worse than I remembered. Secret of the Stars was worse than I remembered. That, yeah, I don't know what to add to that, really. See, I don't know about the defend trick now. Yeah, Quintet functionally doesn't exist anymore. It could be one of those weird nebulous situations. Sometimes a company goes away and nobody really buys up the rights to the company, which means technically nobody owns the rights to an IP. This actually happened a lot. You know how there's like 4,000 NES games? The reason you've never heard of 3,000 of those NES games is because a lot of those companies were built, you know, like established by like 5 or 10 people. They pushed out a game, and then the company went away. And the game just kind of sits there in a legal limbo. It's very frustrating. And because we don't have proper public, I can't remember, public domain laws, most of those games just sit there for forever, basically, or for decades is what it actually would be, until they finally would hit the public domain line, which they're not going to hit for a very freaking long time. Anyways. I did not know that, Breakfast Sampler. That really was... that. Wow. Okay, what am I doing? So welcome to an underwater city. These are ruins of a city. I've heard of it, but... I know it well, yes. The cavern cities of Boeing. When we're buried in that vast mausoleum. Ellie? Ellie! What's wrong? Huh? What? Did I just... No. Hurry on ahead. Right. Yeah, Saitan is trying to be like, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Yeah, Square, I'm pretty sure, owns the rights to Luffy at this point. But screw that. It's really weird to think about the fact that Lufia 2, which is not exactly an unknown, rare game, is console locked. But here we are. And we're asleep. Gross. Also, this is an extremely minor point that I'm not going to give any negatives for, but you know what the game should have done? Different sounds for different inputs. Let me explain what I mean by that. Now, you probably didn't hear that, so let me try that again. You hear that sound effect? Now listen to this sound effect. So, actually entering combat mode, inputting triangles, and inputting X are all the exact same sound effect. Good sound design from a gameplay axis is all to do with the little tiny things that, honestly, most players will never notice, but will subconsciously appreciate. For example, imagine if the menuing sound effect was your typical that's entering combo mode. Then a triangle was ding, and then a square was ding, and then an X is ding. So, you can actually hear the input you're doing as you're doing it. Make sense? Instead, it's just 5 sound effects, of the 5 iterations of the same sound effect in a row. This way, I think. I should probably get a quote-unquote save in. There we go. Hello? Ah! I'll kill you. Why? What did I do? Explosive ammo. Yeah, we call it a grenade. Could you stop, please? Thanks. Thanks for bearing it up. Appreciate you. That was actually a misclick on my part. Whatever. He's dead. That's the important part. I've been trying to figure out what's on their face this whole time, and I actually do not know what I'm looking at. So, she's learning. So she's not doing any real combat damage, and Billy is very slow. So Saitan gets roughly 2 turns for everyone else's turn. I've also learned most of his combos. So he has the heaviest hitting combos. So yes, Saitan is carrying right now. Yeah, Saitan with the haste shoes, which we can't get yet, is just broken. Yeah, as usual, speed is king in almost every game that includes it. This one is no exception. Yeah, giving Saitan haste is silly. I'm not even sure I'll do that. I'll at least show it off, but... Ugh. Yeah, in FF10, speed is how you make sure the enemy doesn't take any actions. Same thing with tactics, actually. Although you can't break it as well as you can in tactics, but it is the same system. Ow. Could you stop shooting me, please? Thanks. I was going to play around a bit, but since they're hitting that hard, we're just going to kill them. CT also offers the option to raise everyone's speed to max, which is nice. I mean, obviously a hasted max speed berserker chrono is the most DPS output you're ever going to get in that game. But, you know, there are other options. Could you not... Cool. So about that not screwing around. It's also really hard to come by haste in Chrono Trigger. As weird as it sounds, helps a little bit. Well, Rico's slow as molasses. Bart might be useful, but he's behind on gear, and I don't really have a lot of gear sources right now. Such a fine, well-equipped isolation facility. Could it be a hospital? The town outside doesn't look so polluted. Rather strict airlock and scanning equipment. It does not look operational, though. The inside is preserved so well, the outside probably too. Yep, there is a haste helmet, which is technically the best helmet of the game because it has haste on it. And then there's Marl's spell, and that is it. That's your sources of haste. And if you put the haste helmet on, you're missing out on a helmet that either reduces all magic damage, which is most damage types in the game, or a helmet that prevents you from getting any status effects. Both of which are very useful. Yeah, this is the downside. When you introduce a speed stat and make it matter too much, what you've automatically done is made almost every character who's slow next to worthless. Because you get the idea. Like, the concept is to have the slow glacier who hits hard. But most games don't balance that to the point where the slow, hard hit is worth it. Hi, off the deep end. Oh, that's the other thing. Rico's health is just not super good. His stats in general are not impressive. Yeah, I was just thinking about this. Recently, someone, I can't remember who, was asking about the specific differences between turn-based games. I think it was actually Valerian. And one of the approaches to turn-based game is what I call round-based combat. In other words, within a round, everyone gets a turn, and then the round ends, and then a new round begins. In other words, you can't just stagger multiple people taking multiple actions per round, not without very specific abilities. Usually your cooldown kind of stuff. So you could crank your speed to absolute max, but it doesn't matter because all that does is push you to the top of the round. Now that's useful. It's nice to be able to go first and help control some of how the combat goes, but at the end of the day, that's it, right? It lets you go sooner, rather than lets you go more. This is also true in... Oh my god, what is that thing? It's also true in games where it's... okay, it is healing from melee damage. Cool. I could probably heal it with healing, but, you know... Let's try it. Let's see what happens. Be healed. Yeah, actually, off the deep end. Because the FF10 and FFT both have... I think it's called pure initiative. In other words, there's no such thing as a round. It's not you get an action, I get an action. Trade-off thing. And it's not per round like D&D or Baldur's Gate or whatever. It's I take an action, and then I am reduced in speed by like 5, and you're reduced in speed by 10, so I get to go again before you go. Pure Initiative is actually pretty rare in terms of its usage. It's a cool system, and there's a lot of reasons for it being a cool system, but the biggest downside of it by far is the thing that started this entire topic. In a pure initiative system, speed is king, above everything else. Pokemon Arceus is another example of a game that did that, by the way. And, once again, speed was king in that game. Yep. Thanks for shooting me. Yeah, it's taking way too long. I'm actually going to check after this. Because she is not getting her freaking skills up. And she has, like, triple skill gain. In fact, I'm pretty sure the only person who has faster skill gain than her is Emeralda. Who we haven't even met yet. Which is probably why. Oh no, that's been bugging the crap out of me the whole gameplay tool. In fact, really early on, it took me a minute to really realize that the damage numbers don't care about who's attacking. They just show up wherever you are. Yeah, don't forget, I also spent an hour off camera grinding death blows, which is why Saitan has all of his, Faye has most of his, and she doesn't. That's really close on, like, all of them. But, like, why? What? Huh? So Sting Kick is XX, which she's not high enough level for. That's fine. What is she? Yeah, she's 39, so she should have all of those except for Sting Kick by now. Yeah, I grinded up Faye's Death Blow so he could take a nap. That's why he needed the nap. Bright Spark is the standard. That's the triple. And yeah, Double Shock, which we really should have by now, is the 3 and then X. I'm gonna... Hang on. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna take a screenshot here. And then I'm gonna do, like, a battle. And we're gonna do each attack. Which is, you know, one of each button. And we're gonna see if that goes up at all. Because it should. Ellie, do you remember seeing this? Yes. I wonder why. It's terribly lonely and familiar. Emergency level 5. Presently, the central reactor is isolated. Sleep guard. Woo. Hey, Ross. We were just talking about FF10 and how much it sucks. First thing. Ugh, that walking. Ugh. Second thing, Lulu. Why are her boobs so big? Women with real boobs don't exist. And by real boobs, I mean big boobs. Sorry. Honestly, I'm curious how the optional stuff is going to score when we get there. No joke. Like, obviously, the monster arena can go straight to hell. And we're not doing that on camera. Blitzball... I feel like Blitzball is one of those minigames that's fun until it stops being fun. And the problem with that is... that's probably going to be a positive for the minigame itself, and a negative for the requirements for actually getting anywhere in it. Because Blitzball gets really grindy and really boring. Yeah, it stops being fun in a hurry. And if you want to actually grind Blitzball, which you do if you want your ultimate weapon, oh, what an inconvenient building. It seems like it's refusing outsiders. Labyrinths are not usually built to protect against enemies. They're usually made to seal up something inside of them. Not to keep something out, but to keep something in. I wonder what that something is. Da-da-da-da! Oh, I hope you get better soon, Pyro. Well, we can just try to focus on our next one. Does anyone but Waka get a character arc positive? In 10? No. Yeah, that's the other thing. If you know who to recruit... Actually, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'll give you Orin. I was thinking just from the game starts. But yeah, Orin, I'll give you. If you know who to recruit, and, I mean, walkthrough. But if you know who to recruit, you can recruit pretty much the best team in Blitzball the moment you gain access to doing Blitzball. What am I doing? What is the Black Snake? Guessing that's a weapon. I'm just gonna guess it's a weapon. Move on. Yeah, there's this one woman. I don't remember her name, but she's one of my first picks every single time. I remember what she looks like. Because she has a completely generic-looking NPC outfit. And she is Destructo at one of the jobs. I forget what. But she has a really, really high something stat. And also, one of the players from your original team actually has a really, really high goalie stat. And there's a bunch of others. Okay, so... we're going to do this battle in a pretty specific way and see what happens here. Yeah, you can also level your characters by doing certain actions during fights, which is exactly as boring and slow as it sounds. So let's see what progress we made on her for that. So that made 2 progress for double shock and 1 progress for sting kick. So we are getting experience for it, and it's even working the way it should. It's just really slow. Alright, alright. No, I remember when I was looking up the leveling rates, because I've studied the death blows several times, because, duh, it's sort of core combat. And pretty much everything indicated that Faye has the worst leveling rate. And then, I don't remember the rest, but I remember Ellie specifically having a really high rate. I don't know. Whatever. Nothing I can do about it. Why don't we have you just kind of chill? Because she needs to be contributing. Because she is not. Net negative, Saber Wife. Easy answer. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Most works of fiction, yellow is the ceiling. And in terms of review score, that's like positive 30 or 40-ish. Like, if I was somehow able to review every game, yeah, no, most of those are going to be below 0. What is she? Is she knocking her knees together? No, the one that's bothering me is Billy. Billy's like, yeah, I got this. That's true, I could. That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, there is tons of slop out there. I've mentioned this before. You could look at the statistics, of which I have quite a few of the games we've reviewed, and say, oh my gosh, here's some stats from those statistics. But honestly, it's a little bit slanted because we review games you want me to review, which usually lends itself towards either good stuff or really bad stuff. We don't cover a lot of games in the middle. Not really. If I reviewed every mobile game, then I would kill myself. It doesn't help that Ellie's speed is not great. We were just talking about this. Absolutely off the deeper end. There's also been games I've covered which have been surprisingly bad. That's why those are both categories for the LGAs. Well, we've learned Sting Kick now when we hit level 46. Cool. Whatever. I should heal after that. Not like I'm low on Omega Souls. Someone remind me to refresh my Omega Souls when I hit a vendor next. Kind of hoping to fight this boss. These bosses, excuse me, before we cut off for lunch. Yeah, Mummy Demastered surprised the hell out of me. Shouldn't have. Shouldn't have. But it did. I suppose Starfield surprised me as well. See you around up the deep red. And not that it was bad. But if you remember, my prediction for Starfield's score was about 30. Which, by itself, was arguably an insult. I wasn't expecting it to be the second worst game I've ever covered. Youngblood surprised me, too. Yeah, I was expecting generic Bethesda slop. I was expecting Skyrim, but worse. Instead, this is what Starfield did to me. Please don't put me right back to sleep. Kingdom Hearts 1 certainly scored better than I thought it would. Chrono Cross also scored better than I thought it would, while we're on the subject. I'm curious how this game will score. Like I mentioned earlier, we still haven't actually found the plot. Although I guess we're kind of getting to there, like, now. Saitan, could you get up, please? No! I'm taking a nap from all the times I've been carrying the entire party. Fine. Take your nap, Saitan. I guess. He's just like, nah, I'm out. I'm out! Yeah, I keep waiting for Saitan to either leave the party, end up being an enemy, or die. Because, you know... Is this still early? We're on disc 1! Ellie, you are going to learn this skill. You have no choice. You're gonna start contributing. Ugh, fine. I should think about... So, Sky Attack is that, and Bright Spark is that. So I should start working on those. There we go. Double Shock. God! You know, Saitan just casually learning another ability there. Well, I'm going to start working on Bright Spark then, because it's the same basic thing. So that's square, triangle, X. Okay. Here's the question. How did the sea life know what a human bust looks like? Emergency button inside the reactor was activated 34,999,999 hours ago. At this point, there is danger of nano-contamination. When entering the room, please execute a manual scan and confirm safety. After confirming, please reset the emergency level at the nearest terminal. Execute manual scan. Please wait. Scan complete. Confirmed. No nano-contamination. You may re-enter the room by resetting the emergency level at the nearest terminal. Okay. That's up, I believe. I mean, of course Saitan's a powerhouse. He's a monk. And if there's one thing Square likes doing, it's like making their monks, ninjas, and samurais way stronger than every other character in the game. That at least goes back to FF3, where ninja is one of the super classes. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. These guys are just slogfest. They sleep and they have too much health. At least they give decent exp. I got tired of waiting, Stormmage Felix, so I was fast-forwarding through animations. Is there not a thing here? I guess not. Alright. Of course I can. I can fast-forward through anything, but I don't want to fast-forward through inputs, because, you know, I'm going to have bad inputs at that point. So, for example... Oh, these are new. So I'll go... See? We don't fast-forward through that, because we want to hear that. I think I'm just gonna give up. Didn't even get to the next boss before lunch. It's a freaking dungeon. Oh my god, righteous hand. How? How? That. Oh, whatever. Fine. I'll go take a lunch break. I'll see you guys in a bit.